it highlighted. I'm
Casey wrote the note, not long retired, not a big deal.
Well, I'll tell you off air.
Okay. All right. Let's get an answer to the stupid question this morning. What does VHS stand for? That's what we're looking for. And I'm going to go to Jim, see if we can get that answer. Hi, Jim. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Jim, VHS, what does it stand for?
Video Home System.
You got it, sir.
Cool.
Easy one. Hang on, Jim. You got a really cool prize. $150 Fogo de Show gift card. And you can try new favorites like their fire roasted picana or richly marbled ribeye as part of the full Churrasco experience. And you can pair them with Fogo's extensive collection of South American wines. Make a reservation for Center City or King of Prussia at Fogo.com.
There's a great scene in Tropic Thunder where he's walking along explaining to to Robert Downey Jr. about why VHS became the dominant format. And Robert Downey finally goes, have you been talking to me all this time?
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, so we're going to start with this. Miley Cyrus and her loved ones are saved after lightning hit their plane on way to Paraguay. To headline the 2020 Asuncion, thank you. Asuncion, it ends with an O, but Asuncion Music Festival. Cyrus's flight had to make an emergency landing.
That doesn't sound good.
No, she took to Instagram to explain what happened. She said, to my fans and everyone worried about hearing about my flight, our plane was caught in a major unexpected storm and struck by lightning. My crew, band, friends, and family, who were all traveling with me, are safe in an emergency landing, and we are unfortunately unable to fly to Paraguay. And she wrote, I love you. So there is, Nick was showing us video of it yesterday. She was, the storm was so intense that she started rolling, and you see these big flashes outside of the window. And then after they landed, she took some pictures, and sure enough, there's a big strike mark
on the plane.
So
it was it a private jet or was it a commercial jet?
I'm
got to be private.
Assuming it was private,
right?
Yeah. Miley and her travel party are safe. A rep for the singer said she will perform pending that the festival doesn't get canceled, postponed due to the flooding and inclement weather.
So
it was pretty intense.
They are they are designed to channel, if they do get a strike, to channel to discharge the lightning strike, but still it doesn't always work. It can cause a lot of damage.
Yeah. So they missed a close one.
It was a close one.
Yeah. Machine Gun Kelly has blamed his fame and false news reports for his failure to respond to an assault and battery lawsuit filed against him by a disabled parking lot attendant. He claims that because of his celebrity status, the stories reported about the allegation were either false or partly true.
That's so sad.
In the complaint filed last September, the attendant, John Tilley, alleged that Kelly pushed and threatened him while he was working. The L.A. City Attorney's Office decided not to charge due to reasonable likelihood of conviction. Kelly is now requesting a judge to allow him to fight the civil claim over the alleged incident so that he can clear it up. He denies the allegations and claims that he had not been served with a complaint and had seen the official publication of the summons prior to the deadline to respond to the lawsuit.
So this guy had some sort of issue? He was handicapped, you said?
Yeah, it says disabled. So
disabled,
I don't know what the story is. He said that he promptly retained counsel when he learned of the lawsuit, but that was after her stories.
My client, Machine Gun Kelly, is beyond reproach.
Machine Gun Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, Mr. Machine Gun.
Yes. Do you call him Machine?
Machine, would you please approach the bench?
Yes. So we'll see where that goes. I was happy to see this. Cobra Kai stars Peyton List and Jacob Bertrand. So Peyton plays Lori. Jacob plays Hawk. They're a couple.
Oh, really?
Isn't that nice?
It's adorable.
Yes. TMZ caught.
I'll represent them both in court.
TMZ caught the two together at Los Angeles International Airport on Tuesday, where the co-stars confirmed they have been seeing each other quietly for some time now.
Love you.
That's
so
great.
Were they canoodling? Were there obvious signs of PDA?
There are pictures of them canoodling. Nick has pulled them up now. And
it's on her Instagram account. So I guess she's sort of been, they've been an Instagram official for a little bit.
Well, these could have been like playful on-set moments, but now with this context, you can see
it's like us. We're always playing grab ass with each other.
A little bit closer. Yeah, but we're not in official relationships.
No. We're not Instagram official,
He's a really likable kid on the show, too. Like, he's conflicted, and he's kind of a bad guy for a stretch, and you kind of see what he's going through. I like him very much as an actor.
Although the two began working together in 2019 when the 23-year-old actress joined the cast of the Netflix series. Bertrand, who is 22, revealed that he has known List since he was 15 because he is friends with her twin brother, Spencer.
That's got to be kind of weird.
Yeah, but they've known each other for a while, and now they are in a relationship. I love that.
Are they identical twins?
That I don't know.
I wonder if when they're doing it, he sometimes sees
accidentally
his face,
his buddy's face. Yeah.
Can you be
Feels good, bro. Thanks.
Can you be identical with?
Actually, no, you can't.
Okay.
Only same sex are identical, so it's male and female are always fraternal twins. An investigation by TikTok user Hannah Kosh revealed that Kylie Jenner's newborn has a teddy bear worth almost $21,000.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's not from Build-A-Bear, right?
I don't know, man.
Unless
Maybe
they stuff it with diamonds.
Maybe they have a special one.
You never see the diamond bin.
God, it's pretty close to $21,000 when you go to Build-A-Bear. I remember every time we would walk by that in the mall, it'd be like, go, quickly,
Go.
turn your
Wait a
eyes.
second.
I'm
Let me see
asked.
it.
Do you want to buy a heart for it? How much is that? $51? No.
On Monday, the Keeping Up with the Kardashians alum showed the 1-month-old's toy collection in a YouTube video, including 3 stuffed teddy bears, the cheapest, a plaid Ralph Lauren stuffy,
Ralph Lauren.
retailed for nearly $700, while a brown checkered Infant's Riches Depremise
I
bear
have no idea.
was priced at more than $2,000. However, the Louis Vuitton bear is currently listed on Farfetch for $20,500.
Are you effing kidding me?
Okay.
As a kid, how did I get along with Aramis Lincoln Logs?
Like, how do they even ever have any money when they're buying? Like, listen,
They're
I know.
probably not buying it. That was probably a gift.
gift.
Because what do you, honestly, what do
Yeah.
you get people like that? You have to
Yeah.
get them a teddy bear that costs thousands of dollars.
Something that's going to stand
You're
out.
not going to get a Tonka truck for someone who's a billionaire.
Yeah, exactly. So,
And by the way, they get dimensions. That is a
Yeah, we're talking about
that is
it.
an investment in publicity.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the kid probably hates it. It's probably its least favorite
Right.
teddy bear.
Come on,
Yeah.
the kid will play with the box.
Exactly.
I love that, the Lincoln Logs. How about Versace Tinker Toys?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Gwyneth Paltrow's former second-in-command at Goop, Elise Lohan, or Lonan, I think is how you say your name, revealed in an Instagram video on Tuesday that working for the wellness brand gave her a distorted body image. The company's former chief content officer said, "To me, it had become synonymous with dieting and restriction. I felt like I was not in a healthy relationship with my body where I was always trying to punish it and bring it under control."
So did she quit?
Lenon says that various cleanses were the biggest issue, and she swore off the restrictive resets when she left the company 2 years ago.
There you go.
Yeah, so she got tired of kind of being in that
Now
environment.
she's working for Mrs. Fields.
Where, yeah, she went the
I
other
never
way.
felt better.
Are you happy?
So happy.
Yeah. Wendy Williams went live on social media to blast her bank, Wells Fargo. As previously reported, Wells Fargo has been trying to keep Wendy from accessing her money, and it has been alleged that her former manager, Bernie Young, is now making his bid to become her legal guardian.
So in the case of a bank like that, if has it ever happened, or is this a case where they're assessing the mental wellness of a client? And what kind of sway do they have over someone's finances if they determine that someone may not be in their right mind?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know the answers to any of those. I would assume it's been done before.
Right.
That this isn't unprecedented, but
Depends on how much money's involved, right? Like if it's a lot, they'll step in.
Yeah, if someone comes in wearing a poop hat, they might.
Probably gonna ignore it.
Can I talk to you for a second?
But what are the legal
Right, what can they get away with?
Yeah, how can at what point can they say, you know what, we don't think they can have their money
Like
back.
going over to you at the ATM. Do you really need that much for the weekend?
Right. So she is reportedly fighting against his attempts, Bernie Young's attempts, who's trying to become her legal guardian. Wendy revealed on Instagram Live, "My thing is that I've been asking questions about my money, and when I begin asking questions about my money, suddenly Lori Schiller has got no response regarding my money, and I want my money. This is not fair." She also accuses Bernie Young of using her American Express card to hire an attorney. She said, I know for a fact that Bernie Young used my American Express card to hire an attorney to file a petition against me. That was done with my American Express card.
Is Bernie Young her business manager?
He is her former manager. He's trying to become her legal guardian.
No, that's touchy.
Wendy also mentioned a doctor that she fired, saying, then there's this person, a former doctor, had medical information about me that I never even got. It was sent over to Lori Schiller, so I haven't gotten this stuff. I fired this doctor, and again, all I want to know is, where is my money? This is not right, and certainly this is not fair. By the way, I didn't think you fired a doctor. You know what I mean?
Right.
You stopped going
just stopped
to
going
a
to
doctor.
the-
Yeah.
You're
I
fired.
guess
Yeah.
Put that specula down and get
I
out.
guess kinda, maybe.
Yeah, because you're right. You're paying for their service, and so if they don't do a good job, you're fired.
You're fired.
That's what I'm gonna say to Dr. Mike next time we go.
Yeah, it'll go, yeah, right.
Yeah.
When
You wouldn't be alive.
See you in a month.
Yeah.
Wendy also said that Wells Fargo used all this stuff to create the guardianship over me. She added, without evidence, they took all this information and continued with what's going on with me based on what Wells Fargo is doing.
Imagine being closed out of your own life.
Right.
Like all the work that you put in all that stuff.
Oh, I'd be livid.
Right. And yet what would happen is, in many cases, I'm sure people would read your response being livid as, well, that's just an example of his psychosis.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
It could be that way.
Right.
You know? Then again, you could also be losing your marbles.
Yeah.
So,
It's true.
Wendy
That's
ended-
why flipping a coin always helps.
she ended the video with, please let me have access to my money. This is not right. And again, this is not fair. Have a pleasant day. Thank you. This is great. Steve forwarded me this story yesterday. I love this. Francis Ford Coppola, who's celebrating the 50th anniversary of the release of The Godfather this week, is famously not a fan of superhero movies. Much like fellow old school Helmers, Martin Scorsese and Ridley Scott, Coppola, who's 82, has harshly criticized Hollywood's endless stream of Marvel and DC films, previously saying, Martin was kind when he said it's not cinema. He didn't say it's despicable, which I just say that it is. But in a new interview, Coppola reveals he has a soft spot for one movie in particular. He said, I like Deadpool. He said, I thought it was amazing.
Wow.
That is so cool.
So as you would imagine, Ryan Reynolds is pretty excited about that. Coppola's unexpected endorsement of the R-rated superhero flick spurred Reynolds to respond to the legendary director of Apocalypse Now and The Outsiders by tweeting that Deadpool likes him too. Sean Levy, who has worked with Reynolds on his last two films, Free Guy and The Adam Project, which Casey's raving about, which I need to see this weekend, was recently tapped to direct Deadpool 3, which will be the first film in the Deadpool franchise to be made by Marvel Studios and be a part of the MCU. They're bringing all this stuff together.
Okay.
So you know that. So with that, you can prep all sorts of crossovers.
Yeah.
You can have Deadpool in the X-Men.
So they're gonna and they already have flirted with
Yeah.
that with Colossus
Yeah.
or no is that who it was?
Yeah.
Colossus and Negasonic, Teenage Warhead, and all that. So now they're also taking in Doctor Strange. They're going to cross into X-Men territory there,
Right.
which means Deadpool could also be part of the Avengers and the X-Men and all that stuff. It's opening up all these doors.
That'd be sensational.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Coppola is set to embark on his biggest and most expensive project yet with Megapolis, a mysterious $120 million epic that he says he is funding with his own money.
They say this is the logical sequel to Mega Shark.
Is that what it is? He's taking that on. No, IndieWire reports that the film is supposedly set in a futuristic version of New York that is loosely based on ancient Rome. Zendaya, Kate Blanchett, Oscar Isaac, and Forrest Whitaker have all been linked to the film, although no cast has been officially confirmed
So
as
I
of yet.
fell prey again. They're releasing the Godfather trilogy on 4K with a whole bunch of new stuff in preparation for this series. I have about 4 Godfather Ultimate Collections. You'll never need another.
Yeah.
And I just bought a new one.
Got another one.
I don't know. I kind of get like a little pissed at his stance on the Marvel movies, and like it makes me like The Godfather less as a result.
Not me.
Yeah,
not an
yeah.
American masterpiece. And I'll tell you this: the fact that he likes Deadpool brings it all back.
Yeah, no,
Well,
only a little bit.
So there's hating on movies for
Don't hate
whatever
on it.
reason or another, and this story is kind of an example right here. Coda, the movie,
Yes.
has become kind of an award show villain right now because
Everyone loves it.
Because everyone loves it.
Yeah.
It's so great.
Then you get a knee-jerk reaction to
I
it.
love it. And now, so some of these other directors of more kind of arty type films are going, well, that's a softball. You know what I mean? And now it's up for all these great awards.
That's an indie film for the masses.
There you go.
And that's the reaction. Like, it's not indie enough.
Yes.
And a lot of people say it'd be better if they could all hear. Which is, to me, would totally ruin it.
But listen, here's what I say about Coda, and I have this story concerning it. That's why I bring it up. But I because of this story I read last night, I started watching it again. Every time I've watched that movie, I feel really good afterwards. So that is enough for me.
That's all you need
to make it a great movie. So
it's like Monster Truck.
How can you not feel happy
when
about
you
that?
Look in the glove compartment and there's a pair of eyes looking back at you.
Face in there.
We remember what whimsy is.
So Coda may be headed for EGOT territory. You never know, because the Apple TV Plus film rushes into Oscars weekend with a major chance at Best Picture. Deaf West Theater has now picked up the story for a staged musical adaptation, Coda.
That'd be nice.
And it's actually an adaptation of a French comedy called La Famille Bélier. It follows a child of deaf adults as she attempts to pursue her passion in singing, which is what CODA is. And CODA, by the way, stands for CODA, means child of deaf adults.
So this was a French film before?
This is an adaptation of a French comedy, it says here. So the musical project does not yet have a creative team or any sort of scheduling, but the theater plans to produce the stage musical alongside two companies associated with the film. Deaf West is a prestigious Los Angeles-based theater dedicated to connecting artistry between the deaf and hearing worlds. So that's what they do.
Every time, again, I was watching The Miracle Worker, and they're doing sign language, and we always talk about, man, I'd love to learn sign language. I just know this. I would learn it, and I would forget it so
that's
quickly.
The thing. You have to. It's like anything. It's like learning a language. You have to do it over and over. And you have to continue to do it.
And I kind of need to speak on the air. I can't sign.
Right. Yeah. I would like to do it too, and just to know that would be pretty awesome. So anyhow, it's headed to the Oscar night with 3 nominations. It already won the BAFTA for Best Screenplay, Outstanding Performances by a Cast in a Motion Picture at the SAG Awards. Is a favorite to win Best Supporting Actor and Best Adapted Screenplay at the Academy Awards this Sunday, so we will see.
If it does well, I'll be happy. I haven't seen it, but everyone I know who loves it, I respect. And so I also would be happy to see Belfast step up and win a number of awards. That is another movie that leaves you feeling, though you go through a lot of tumult, that is a family story.
Right.
It's about surviving. It's about doing what's right for your family. It's a beautiful movie.
That sounds like Coda, too. Similar type of message.
Right.
And you'll cry along the way.
Absolutely.
But by the time it's over, you just, your heart swells. It's
like
great.
like Deadpool for Francis Ford Coppola.
So like that. Yeah, a lot like that. Let's see here. What else we have? Pete Davidson's mother wants a little Kardashian grandbaby.
That's not going to happen. I mean, she's done. She had a really, really, really tough time with her last
She's been
pregnancy.
doing surrogates, right?
Yeah.
Then they could still have a grandchild. According to Page 6, a fan recently tagged Amy Davidson in an Instagram photo of Pete and Kim kissing and wrote, she will be pregnant with his child by the end of the year. And the comedian's mom implied that she's ready to be a grandma, writing, yay, under the post.
It doesn't have to be Kim.
No, it could be someone, another one of the
Courtney
Kardashians.
or Chloe or even Rob.
There's a whole slew of them to choose
What's
from.
Robin doing?
Yeah. Josh, there are a few presenters that have been added to the Oscars this Sunday. Josh Brolin, Jacob Elordi, I guess. I'm not familiar.
Oh, Lordy.
Jake Gyllenhaal, Jason Momoa, Jill Scott, J.K. Simmons, Serena Williams, Venus Williams, and Rachel Zegler have all been tapped. The final round of presenters was announced yesterday, just 3 days after fans lashed out when they discovered Zegler, star of Best Picture nominee West Side Story, had not been invited to the ceremony. So she's now going to be a presenter.
I have to admit now I have more interest in this year's Oscars than I've had for about 8 years.
Yeah.
So
same here.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm on board. Stranger Things gave fans a sneak preview of Season 4 in a set of 12 teaser images. The visuals show the teens engaged in Dungeons and Dragons and preparing to face off against evil while Sheriff Jim Hopper is alive and well, sporting a shaved head somewhere in snowy Russia. Volume 1 makes its debut on May 27th, with Volume 2 following on July 1st. What does that mean, Volume 1 and Volume 2?
They're separating the season into 2 parts.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
How many episodes?
That's okay.
Ozark did the same thing. So it's the same season. They just separate it by a month or two and kind of stretches it out a little
Casey
bit.
Rather
has
than
a
have
question.
us wait 18 months
Exactly.
or 2 years
Yeah, I
for
don't mind
another
it.
season.
If
Okay.
it's a 9-episode season, though, you're what are you doing? 4 and 5?
I think that's what Ozark did. I think Ozark's like 5 or 6, and then another 5 or 6 or whatever. Also, just from a personal standpoint, like when it's a show that I love, I'll binge it in a weekend and then it's over. So like to be able to space it out a little bit makes me enjoy it a little bit longer.
Well, and hopefully they'll have a kind of an ending to the first half
Right.
and give you,
Bit of a cliffhanger.
yeah, maybe.
I wonder also, since they're canceling everything that has Russian imagery or anything in it, is the fact that he's in Soviet Russia, it appears to be.
Good question.
Is that going to stop them from debuting them?
I don't know, because they've clearly pitted the Russians, because it's in the 80s, as enemies. Bottom line, period. So maybe that, that still flies.
I want to see it.
Yeah.
Make it happen.
Pamela Anderson's Broadway debut will be featured in her forthcoming Netflix documentary. The Baywatch alum announced on Good Morning America yesterday, that the 2-part docuseries will show her preparing to play Roxy Hart in Chicago.
That's pretty. Listen. She's hung on. She's been a pop culture icon in many ways.
Yeah.
But I never knew about the singing, dancing stuff. Was that ever referenced at all over these decades?
Not that I remember. So she is going to take on that role from April until June.
We have audio of the rehearsal, Preston.
Okay.
Not bad.
Never knew. All right, and then one last story. Marvel's own Falcon, Sam Wilson, also known as actor Anthony Mackie, is opening up his own new production studio in his hometown, New Orleans. The actor, who has starred in 5 Marvel movies and his own TV series, reportedly purchased a 20-acre site in New Orleans East, which he will reportedly use as a production studio called East Studios LLC.
I think he's got some pretty good taste.
Yeah, the timing is pretty good, as production companies are looking to churn out content after the pandemic halted several projects over the last 2 years. There are over a dozen films and TV shows that are slated to be filmed in and around New Orleans over the next year or so. Well, the actor has yet to speak about the studio. New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell confirmed the news on her Twitter account, saying the incredible news will be bringing a handful of new jobs and economic growth to the area.
My Hot Toys action figure of his Captain America should be coming soon.
Oh, nice.
So Kathy will have to clear some space back there.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mackie, who was born and raised in the area and attended New Orleans Center for Creative Arts before going to Juilliard to pursue his acting career. He's slated to star in the upcoming Captain America movie based on the Disney Plus series Falcon and the Winter Soldier. So I wish nothing but good things for that guy. He's such a cool person.
We had him early on in the studio. Couldn't have been nicer. Cool, a regular one of those guys you say we could hang out with this guy.
Oh, and then one more thing. Casey wanted me to mention this. Eagles offensive lineman Jordan Mailata. Apparently, the 6'8", 360-pound behemoth was unveiled as the man inside the Thingamabob costume in last night's episode of The Masked Singer.
And they all knew who he was.
It's Corbin McLaven. Who do it?
Here's the reveal.
Yeah.
All right.
Take it off. NFL star, Philadelphia Eagle, Jordan Mailata. Oh, I was wrong. My man. Who knew that you had those type of skills? Jordan Mailata. Listen to the crowd. The Eagles.
They're going crazy.
Jordan!
Oh my God! This guy who's been in the league for 2 years and played rugby before
And by the way, they're not goosing that audience sound at all.
No.
That sounds like a
Crazy.
crazy stadium.
Dude, if I did a version of that show in Philadelphia, people wouldn't be able to. I'm like, he's a really likable. There's no way in hell they knew who he was.
He is a good singer.
It's Rockstar
He's a good singer, though, you were saying?
He is. He
All
is.
right.
I didn't know this until they had, they made him sing during training camp. Actually, it might have been this past year. That's like what they do for, it's like hazing, essentially. And he was singing in front of his entire teammates. And I was like, wow, this guy's actually pretty good.
Well, people they have to have them at some point. Just go. I don't know who this is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice to meet you. Cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, you play football. That's great. I'll catch you. I will check you out sometime.
If you were legitimately the creature that you were portraying, I would still I know you less.
Yeah.
He did eventually get his mask off. It was a lengthy struggle, but they did the reveal, and so he's
a thingamabob?
He's voted off now. Is that how that works?
Yeah, I
Or-
guess. I don't. And they vote him
know
off
how it
because he was the worst of the
Yeah,
lot. I
of
don't
the-
really know. Do you want to hear him sing a little bit though? I mean, he sings that Ed Sheeran song.
Oh, which one?
Well, here
Perfect.
we go. Here we go.
That voice sounds familiar.
Well done.
The succulent might be Jake Berge.
Is that right?
Where is he from?
He's from Australia or well, he's either Australia or New Zealand. I think he's an Aussie. Okay. And he never played football before, and he entered the draft. The Eagles took him in like the 7th or 8th round. He was just this monster that was running people over on the rugby field, and as it turns out, he is this diamond in the rough. He might end up being like the best left tackle in the league.
No kidding. 6'8", 346 pounds.
Yeah, and it's crazy, Press, because I saw one of his teammates was filming him at this training camp thing, and like everybody was like, "What the hell? Like this dude." Like he's a legit singer, and I can't remember what song he was singing, and he was just doing it on like a regular what do you call those? Like,
impromptu
audio? No, like auditorium mics.
Oh, right.
You know, it wasn't even like a real deal mic or anything like that. But yeah,
he lost.
He's got a really good voice.
He lost.
He's a loser.
He's a monster, too.
Yeah.
He's just a massive guy with a great voice. Well, that's cool, man. Good for him.
Yep.
All right, well, we are ready for clips. A reclusive romance novelist on a book tour with her cover model gets swept up in a kidnapping attempt that lands them both in a cutthroat jungle adventure in the Lost City. In this clip, Channing Tatum is still impressed with how Sandra Bullock performed scenes in her costume.
Watching Sandra run in the jungle with high heels on and a jumpsuit, I gotta say, it was nothing short of like an Olympic event. Like, I still don't know how you did it. I was in like just normal shoes and I was falling down, and somehow you figured it out.
Yeah.
Lost City opens in theaters tomorrow.
Getting good reviews.
Well, good. I would like to see those two.
I think they're good, yeah.
All right, next clip. Second season of Netflix's most watched show, Bridgerton, returns to follow the complicated love story between Anthony Bridgerton and Kate Sharma.
Tomorrow, right?
Yes. And here is the new cast member, Simone Ashley, explaining how welcoming the original cast was.
Just really excited, really proud. You know, we've spoken about how amazing the show is and the storyline and how inclusive it is, but just as a cast and crew, it's a bunch of really genuinely kind, lovely, down-to-earth people.
Shut the f*** up!
Season 2 of Bridgerton, as Kathy said, premieres tomorrow.
Are you watching?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it.
And they'll throw the whole all of the episodes out there in one shot.
God, I forget.
Netflix usually does,
Is
right?
it Netflix? Okay. Yeah, then it's usually out there. Yeah, you know what? There's been so much hype around it. And like I said, I was getting emails from people, kind of telling me why I should watch it. So, I'm definitely going to.
Right, the new dude is
Well, and he was in last season, and
Okay.
you were kind of attracted to his character and what was going on. They kind of gave you a little taste of it. So now they're going to focus on him. So I think it'll be good.
That's the deal. Each season, supposedly, they're going to change the focus on cast.
Right. That's what somebody emailed me.
Did you get to see his junk last season?
No, Bridgerton
is not the junk
where,
show.
This is the early. This was
I
the
think they
sex
all
show.
are in a way.
There's a lot of sex.
Yeah, there's a lot
but
of
there's
sex.
No junk?
not nudity.
And he had some sex scenes in the last season, so I'm assuming that's going to start up again.
Okay. All right, that's your entertainment report. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We got a few guests joining us today and stuff to get into, so make sure you stay with us for the duration. We'll be right back.
So 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath.
Right.
Full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So, so you're saying the nakedness though drops dramatically after like third or fourth season?
Yeah, it's still there, but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
She's got just a wonderful beef.
Jesus Christ. Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver.
She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time. Wow. Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys something.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
everyone.
Jot that down.
Okay.
Jot that
I'm
down.
writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
A beaver pick.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's men came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay. It's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But we don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation.
And as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for
And paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for it. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to
Jerkoff.
quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh, my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff, forgive me. Julie Handjob, forgive me. Julie Handy, forgive me. Julie Blumpkin, forgive me. Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Wow.
You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerk Off throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or friends called her that.
Julie Jerkoff.
Yeah.
Or
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie Oh my God, I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had jerk off as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the jerk off for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and you're just your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. You know, jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie
Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The
I
woman
know,
reading the
I
names.
know.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh my God.
But there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure
Absolutely.
there'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize anytime we have a caller named Julie,
we
will have to play.
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, I mean, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie. Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize. I love you. Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. Like, I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, man.
It's where he lives. It's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what it says. You pull up Preston. It says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis.
Yes.
Is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, so well, I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think that's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick. I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy bought.
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking. You're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse Duplantis. Thank you for tuning into This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of him with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This is where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
it's got a transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
That's what I believe, yeah.
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say
This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Oh, that's it. That's the dilemma. Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's up.
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
It's
This is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. You know, it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity, the absolute robbing of human beings preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I'm surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
Yeah. You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face.
Absolutely.
With all your might.
I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't mind riding along.
My new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe that the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
Yeah.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how. That's akin to saying open sesame. When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you, that jet door opened right up.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation.
By the way,
Anne Frank,
today is National Cheesesteak Day. Yes, it is. Got an email that says, "Hey, Preston and Steve Show, happy National Cheesesteak Day from Whizzle Truck. We were at the Camp Out for Hunger last November.
They're great.
And we are just about to hit our 1-year anniversary of being in business. Over 100 events in the area in such a short time.
And today we're feeding some well-deserved hungry people at Pico. Couldn't think of a better way to celebrate the day. Sincerely, that is from Chris and the rest of the Whizzle team.
Whizzle faux shizzle.
Faux shizzle, baby. I'm not going to have a cheesesteak today. I'm kind of watching what I'm eating. I'm trying to hit some weight goals. I hit my little goal earlier this week, and I want to hit my medium goal by tomorrow.
So your weekend, though, you give yourself a little latitude.
I think I'm gonna. Yeah, weekend I always give myself a latitude. We've got a Pudge's nearby us, which makes a great cheesesteak. So I might go by there and celebrate National Cheesesteak Day a couple of days.
It's been forever since I've had a classic.
Really?
Like a classic cheesesteak that are you can find them anywhere. Here we live in Cheesesteak Central, but.
Yeah.
Calorically, it's always a tough thing to reconcile. But if you're going to go all in on the weekend, you give yourself a bit of a cheat. Yeah. I have to think now where I want to go, what I want to get.
I have a friend who's a member at a golf club, country club called Applebrook, and they make when you go to like an upper level where they use really quality meat and stuff like that, it's to die for. So I'm going to have to dive into one soon.
I don't think about calories ever. Like I really, I don't.
I got you.
But I'll probably do a cheesesteak every probably 5 or 6 weeks or something like that. Yeah, and I have Thunderbird is the place that I go to. That's just
it's a wonderful place. And everyone has a great time. We cut the meat thinly.
Yeah, it's slightly thinned or thin sliced.
Thinly sliced. No.
Thin slicely.
Thinned slicely.
And our chefs, Ert and Bernie, will take care of it.
No, it's Bernie and Ert.
Bernie and Ert, please.
But there is, right down the street from them is Delco Steaks, and they are making waves in Delaware County as far as cheesesteaks are concerned.
And just because they're so tasty?
Yeah.
They have a wave machine.
They do have a wave machine. No, no. Their approach to the cheesesteak is...
They're redefining it?
No. It's more akin to like your... Pat's, Geno's, Jim's, it's just real good quality stuff.
Sometimes if you just make it in the classic sense, with, as Preston was saying, the best ingredients, you become a thing.
But they're also not far from each other, so you really can't go wrong. But so National Cheese, is it National or is it Philly Cheesesteak Day?
Today's National Cheesesteak Day. That's how it's been quantified. I don't think it's National Philly Cheesesteak Day.
So there'll probably be some sort of ceremony at Arlington or something.
I told you when I see the words Philly cheesesteak, I'm like, that's not the real deal. No. Just immediately I think of that. But whatever.
Yeah. There's a place that Casey's recommended to me that I still haven't been. It's called Nick Filet. I think they have 2 or 3 locations at this point. There's one in Paoli, but I've heard that their cheesesteaks are banging, and they use, Preston, like really good cuts of meat, and it's like a standalone kind of steakhouse. It's not at all like a fancy place. I think the one in Paoli used to be like Roy Rogers or something. But anyway, I want to check that out.
Nick, you just started talking about variation and Wilson's.
Oh man, they were here yesterday.
Yeah,
apparently they stopped by and had some goodies.
Meatless. They're
you like the Impossible one. Yeah,
holy effing
it's
hell!
Good too. It doesn't taste like a regular cheesesteak. It's something different.
Yeah,
and it's fantastic.
It's funny, Nick. I've recommended Nick Filet, but I've never actually been. I've only ridden my bike past
son of a
Wait
bitch.
a minute.
No,
you'll recommend places you've never been to?
No, I didn't actually recommend. I probably just asked if he's ever been because it's Nick.
No, you said it was the best place you'd ever been.
That's
you
a
were like,
lie.
I love it so much.
You will eat nowhere else but this place.
But there's only
looks really good from the outside.
2 locations that I know about. One is in Paoli on Route 30, and then there's another one right on Beach Avenue in Cape May.
Now I'm trying to think if I've ever recommended a place I've never been to before to somebody. I'm sure I have at one time. And you need to go there.
Great.
Never been there, but you need to go there.
I did on this show one time.
What
had recommended Flex ice cream in the villas. And then somebody was like, you ever been? I'm like, no, I haven't, but my cousins have been there.
My cousins have been there. We don't, we do know.
But I have been there since.
All right.
You ever recommend a movie that you haven't seen?
No.
I probably have. But hey, I heard great things.
Yeah. So anyhow, thank you to Whizzles for getting in touch with us this morning. And National Cheesesteak Day. So get out and celebrate and enjoy, if you will.
There's a wealth of places to go to.
We're very lucky. We had the one guy who had rated 1,000 of them. You remember? took, 4 years, 3 years, something like that, and eventually got through all of them. And I did have the full list printed up here, and I'm like, what am I doing with this? I'm never going to...
What, are you going to will it to your kids?
Yeah, I'm never going to go through this. I eventually threw it away, but there's some good suggestions there.
Well, sometimes I fall, though. Again, it's been years. Well, no, I've had the Wilsons. So that's still a cheesesteak.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I amend my statement.
Yeah.
Speaking of eating, I saw this interesting survey. It was done in the UK, but could definitely be tailored to pretty much anywhere. It's a new survey of 2,000 adults, and they asked them about their secret snacking spots.
Secret snacking spot.
Okay. And so, if you're Kathy, you eat nowhere but the kitchen or the dining room.
Oh, like actual locations in your house?
Yeah.
Right.
Sneaking.
You will not bring food upstairs. You will not hide stuff under the pillow.
No.
No.
Definitely not.
Do you have to? You have to eat in the kitchen?
Wait, but hold on. Why are they secret?
Okay.
Oh, well, go ahead. Explain.
I had a secret snacking spot.
Why?
And I do too.
I'll explain in a little bit. But you go ahead.
Sometimes we won't have sweets in our section of the house, but my mom always does in the basement. So
Okay, so you sneak
I
down
will
there?
sneak down there.
Okay, all right,
and it's
all right.
even better if she's not there.
I got it.
Because then I will go absolutely crazy.
Then you can put a bra on.
That's stealing is what that is.
Does she come home and she's like, what happened to my...
No. She has more sweets than she can handle. I mean, she's like a bird anyway.
He's like Norman Bates in the basement.
That's funny.
Casey's there with the wig on, sitting in the rocking chair, eating Charleston chews.
I mean, Kathy, last night, for instance, I finished my dinner. I worked out hard yesterday, okay? I ran. I did a whole bunch of stuff. I earned it. Okay. So I opened my freezer.
He likes to neutralize it.
Okay. I opened my freezer, and the ice cream that I was expecting to be there was not there. And we had no other sweets in the house. And so I snuck on down to my mom's, and I grabbed some. And it was like leftover Christmas candy, a cookie or two.
Or two.
Yeah.
Some of her medication.
Just a little bit.
All right, so
she's not going to use all this amoxicillin.
The secret snacking spots, and feel free to share yours if you will, 215-263-WMMR. So there's 20 of them, and number 20 on this list was my secret snacking spot inside a freezer room at work. So when I work...
Oh, my God.
You too?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
At McDonald's.
Yeah, when I worked at York Steakhouse, that was the name of the place. I was the food bar attendant. I've told you guys this before. I would, because I wore an apron. Okay, and it had an apron, had pockets on it.
Big pockets.
And I would grab stuff from the food bar and slip it in my pocket.
Okay, so it's stuff you shouldn't have been eating.
And then I would go into the freezer and eat it.
No,
that was my secret.
So that's why you have to sneak.
Yeah, you're hiding from one.
There's still an application, though.
Not all of them. Some of these are other than hiding. But
if you want to hide, if you're going to go, you have something that you want to eat out of your significant other's eyesight,
right?
And that's really what it is.
Like in the movie, This is 40.
This is 40.
Remember, he's out over the trash
with
can,
the muffins.
eating muffins and things like that.
When you have children,
she doesn't know.
When you have children, they are like seagulls, Steve. If a seagull sees another seagull eating a French fry, it flies immediately over there.
Right.
So if you
don't want to share,
if you're eating anything that is slightly delicious and your kids see it, they're like, well, what is that, and can I have some?
By the way, going back to you, Casey, a texter says Casey's mom probably buys extra snacks for him.
Isn't that sweet?
Because she knows he's down there doing it.
Going to put the rat poison in these.
The walk-in freezer at McDonald's was a really good hiding spot for a number of ideas. One was sneaking food. The other, like if it was just a hot day in the summer, you could go in there. And the door was so damn heavy that if anybody was ever going to come in and check in on you, you got a warning. So
you had time.
You had time. So if you're shoving, a few extra nuggets down your gullet.
Did it have a release on the inside?
You could, in theory, get locked in there.
Oh boy.
And so I don't think anybody would ever die inside one of those bad boys, but you could definitely get locked in because the lock, Steve, was from the outside. So if somebody slipped a little pin through the handle, you could get stuck inside.
He had nuggets in his mouth.
All right, so other secret sneaking snack spots are in the basement. in a closet.
I don't eat in the basement.
Who's going in their closet to eat?
I probably. Yes, I guess.
Well,
there are people who will
why?
go. There are people, like Casey said, in some cases, depending on the size of the closet, you don't want to invite the troops to join in. This is my thing. I'm going to eat it by myself, and I don't want to be discovered.
Or if you are sneaking it, there's also another movie scene from Parenthood.
Yeah.
Where Rick Moranis' wife.
Oh, yeah.
He's very controlling over what they eat, and because, we need to stay in shape
She
and all
can't
this.
stand
and
it.
whenever she would get pissed off, she'd go and she had this shoebox filled with Twinkies and things like that, and she would slip off and go eat them.
Well, there's a mindset too. Like I can, again, I'm not doing it so clandestinely, but I will be in the kitchen and I will move out of the doorway, standing, because if you stand, you can turn around quickly. You can put it in the refrigerator. You can hear someone getting up. Yeah. So you got to stay mobile. You got to stay on your feet and ready to respond. Yeah. And so I'd say right in the kitchen.
Yeah.
On the counter, facing the wall that goes into the den. So it's my clandestine spot. I don't know if it's a secret spot.
So when you're the patriarch of a family and you come home and let's say you've stopped at a McDonald's or a Dunkin' Donuts or whatever, sometimes there is the expectation that, if you stop there, you probably should have gotten us something.
Us.
So us being our children or your spouse or whatever. So I will, a lot of times, finish my food before I even get into the house, and I will sit in the driveway, in the driver's seat of my car, and I will eat my meal, and all of the trash ends up in the trash can.
Yours are funny, Casey.
Well, because then they make you feel guilty, Kat.
Yeah,
You didn't get me anything. It's like, no, I didn't. I did not.
Will you call an audible? I always do. I will pick my wife up something all the time. Just because if you don't want it, great. But I kind of know what she wants.
I do that too.
And getting the "what about me" treatment is not worth the risk of not getting something.
See, for me, I'm not doing any of this secret eating because I think if it has to be secretive for me, I shouldn't be eating it.
Oh,
so if I have to hide that I got something and I can't share it, then I shouldn't have.
It's not that I'm hiding that I got something. It's that I'm hiding that I didn't get you something.
We also talked about this. Also is germane to the notion of creative eating, to hide your eat. So I will never in an ice cream pint. I will never scoop out. I will shave off top layers so that optically from the top
stays flat.
And if it's split like parts chocolate, parts vanilla, I will reconstitute the line so you can't quite tell.
By the way, Casey, I know for sure there are people that do exactly what you do, that eat every last crumb, clean it up, finish, make sure there is no evidence left over that I stopped anywhere on the way home.
Oh, and it's even better if you can crumple your bag up into a tiny little ball. And the top trash bag in the trash can has a little bit of an opening that you can squeeze
Cram it in there. They'll never know. Who's going to go digging around in that trash?
If you can crunch it up big enough to put it in a cup.
Yeah.
Even better. Yeah. And then crumple the cup.
Just drinking. I can't drink?
Yeah. Let me go to some calls. I'll come back to this list, but it's secret snacking spots, and I have Brittany who wants to chime in. Hi, Brittany. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Brittany?
So I had a secret snacking spot until about 3:30 this morning.
Oh.
I have a drawer underneath my bed.
Okay.
That's meant for clothing. So, but I have some clothes in there, but I also have some snacks. Well, it was about 3:30. I heard some crinkling, and it turned out to be a mouse.
A mouse was in your snack stash.
I heard it.
No food upstairs.
No food in the bedroom.
So I got up at 3:30. I took all the snacks downstairs. I put them in a bag, put them in the fridge, and I threw out any trash. And I vowed to not do it again.
No, all right. Well, I can see that. I can see that being the end of that for you. But
that is. Yep,
but maybe like putting it in an airtight container, or
you have to be
like
yes.
No.
She's out. Brittany's out.
That's it. It's done.
By the way, the number one place on this list that people have their secret snacking spot is in bed. So that's where people like to do that.
So a lot of times, if you're up in bed, you don't want to at night. You don't want to take the walk down to the kitchen and get stuff. So I bought Claire a mini fridge for she's on another floor in the house. She never uses it, so it's one of those things. You don't want to get out of bed. And I kind of subscribe to your notion, Kathy, too. It's good to have that distance to stop you from going and getting it,
Will she eat in bed?
No, really. She will eat before she goes.
Because
I'll find rappers like if it's been a particularly candy night.
I love bed and I love food, but I don't like the two of them at the same time. And I need separation. I don't like getting crumbs in bed, and then you roll over them.
There's one thing I can eat in bed, which is the Hers pretzels.
Yeah.
Because the opening of the bag is big enough that you could eat over it.
You can eat over it?
Yeah.
But then also, the secret for eating in bed with things that have crumbs is make sure that they're all bite-sized. So you're not actually biting into something.
So that you're
and
creating-
it all
Yes.
goes into your mouth.
Do you know it's a good hide too, Preston? And I do it at home. I keep rotisserie chickens on my lathe.
Your lathe.
Right. Yeah. So
Smart.
Rochelle and I will eat in bed sometimes if we're like watching a movie or something like that. I'll bring up like cheese and grapes and crackers and things like that.
Look at you.
Yeah, I like to make it nice.
A charcuterie board made out of a pillow.
Maybe a little hummus.
Brittany's story is probably the exact reason that I don't want any
The
food.
mouse?
Yeah, just like mouse. I have a friend who used to eat in bed, and I guess crumbs got on the floor, and he literally woke up in the middle of the night to ants crawling all over him.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
All right. Let me go to Megan. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Megan. Do you have a little secret snacking spot?
Yeah, so years ago when I used to work at Wawa, we would have so much spoilage that we threw away. So I would sneak some of the food and run back to the dish room and eat it.
In the dish room. What's the dish room at Wawa, by the
In
way?
the dish room at Wawa,
What is the dish room? I'm not familiar.
So basically, back behind the deli, we have an area where we wash all the dishes that we use.
Okay. All right.
So yeah.
And so you would slip back there. Would you do it? Would you be kind of hiding? And did everybody ever catch you with your mouth full?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
If you work in a place though that happens to have as you say, Casey,
Megan.
mouth, small biteable nuggets.
Yeah.
Dunkin' was great because the nuggets,
The donut holes.
You can pop those nuggets. Close your mouth. You can have 2 or 3 of them, and
the munchkins.
Don't you know though? When you're done chewing, you think they probably don't know. They know. They know you've eaten something.
Yeah, I just got a text from my friend Jen from college. She just said, I literally rolled over onto a honeycomb this morning.
Let's go to Lisa. Hi, Lisa. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Lisa. All right, so your secret snacking spot.
Okay, so I used to work in a diner, and sometimes the cook would give me a scallop or a shrimp, and of course it would be too hot to eat, and you'd be busy. So I would put it in a souffle cup with a lid, put it in my apron, and I would eat it in 10 minutes when it was cool.
So to the outward appearance, you would just simply be drinking out of a cup, but you're actually eating shrimp.
Actually eating shrimp or scallops. Okay. Yeah,
I have to imagine that there's nothing
hors
better
d'oeuvre.
than diner shrimp.
Yeah, diner scallops is probably better.
I got to deter these things.
Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate it. I will, when I go to the grocery store, I do this now, and I always felt kind of guilty about it, but grapes are a crapshoot, man. Sometimes you get them, and you take them home, and you eat it, and you're like,
what the hell?
This batch sucks.
Why am I alive?
Well, they're sour.
Yes,
And
I hate that.
I do too. So I will put the grapes in my cart.
Give it a little taste.
I will be walking through shopping, and when I'm alone, I'll snag one of those bad boys and take a quick
Just
bite.
one?
Just one.
Okay.
Listen,
What, like a fistful of grapes?
No, I just wasn't sure.
that
if
was
you
a great
snacked
movie,
on
by the
them.
way. Fistful of Grapes for Clint Eastwood.
And I feel kind of bad because grapes are sold by weight.
I wasn't sure if they were sold
They
by
are.
the bag.
They're
Okay.
sold by weight. So if I sit there and ate a bunch, I'm stealing
Is
at that
it
point.
inappropriate? I don't think it is. If you're in the produce section and you take one grape to sample, I've seen people do that.
I'm sure people do it all.
I don't think
the time.
that's frowned upon. Is it?
I don't know.
Is it?
I'm not going to find out.
If you're in the meat section, can you cook a piece of meat over a lighter just to see how good it is?
I don't want to get banned from my grocery store, so I hide it while I'm doing it.
Yeah, I can't imagine. You think somebody would say something to you if they saw you eating a grape?
Especially your big celebrity.
Sir, don't eat the produce. Let me go to
Mr. Elliott. I didn't recognize you.
Let me go to Colton. Hey, Colton. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Ed, my man. All right, so secret snacking spot.
Well, I mean, I think every guy has it at least. I mean, I'm a car guy. I'm a garage guy. I mean, everybody's got the garage. Everybody's got the beer fridge. I mean, you just, hey, I got to go do this. Like last night's garbage night.
Yeah.
You go out, you're doing garbage. You have a beer while you're out doing garbage because you know you're not going to get interrupted while you're in the garage.
Yeah.
So it's just a nice place to have, that one beer that you got to have at night or whatever, and you're not interrupted while you're doing it.
Yeah. So you do it. You pick your area. You come up with your cover story. I'm going to go polish this turkey in the garage.
Colton, are you
Exactly.
slamming that beer while you're out there?
No, I mean, that's why you have to make up a good enough backstory that, hey, I'm going to be out there for like 15, 20 minutes or so. Like, it can't just be like, hey, I'm going to go grab a, 9mm wrench and come back.
Well, you said take out the garbage. Taking out the garbage takes about 30 seconds for me, so.
Well, no, because I have a garage can that I have to do. I have recycles that I got to. So there's
I'm going to straighten up a little while I'm out there. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
I'm going to rotate the half and half.
All right, that's a good one. The garage, definitely. All right, thank you, Colton. Appreciate it. Let me go through a few others. We got tons of calls here. So, other ones are, like I said, in a closet, a public toilet.
No.
Oh, dear
Yeah, that's
God.
like a brothel or an
yeah, right.
alleyway with junkies.
In a child's playhouse.
Just any random child?
I don't know. A public changing room.
Oh, what the hell?
In a swimming pool. I mean, I don't mind that if I'm at a pool party or something like that.
But to me, that'd be very obvious if you're going into the pool with a turkey leg.
Yeah, exactly. Up in the attic.
Okay.
In the laundry room. In a hot tub. Some of these aren't secret snacking spots, like you said, Steve. That's
you want to be out of the line of sight.
All right, how about this? During exercise.
What?
No.
Occasionally, I'll put cheese wheels on my bar instead of plates.
I can't eat during exercise. Like,
No, me either.
breathe into
Oh,
it.
it's very easy.
I don't like to eat right before exercise.
No, me neither.
either.
When you guys are curling, you don't eat French soup?
No, well, maybe I should try because I do like that.
In a storage room at work. All right, I can see that. Yeah.
So that was again that ended up being on a number of occasions where I'd go to the storage room. There's nobody back there.
You ever take a nap in a storage room?
No.
Yeah,
I don't know
me
if
neither.
In an elevator. Okay. I don't.
Just go up and down.
Got a high rise.
Just eating a salad in the elevator.
It's like a magic trick. Well, I'm going to make this meal disappear.
On the toilet is another one.
No.
A public stairwell. Why would you? Okay, I don't know.
I guess just to hide.
Yeah, if you're hiding in like the basement, then like a stairwell, I could see.
People used to smoke in the stairwells here. You'd walk
Did
in.
they?
Yeah. You could walk in there and smell the cigarette smoke.
If you go with someone else, you can have them get at the top of the stairs and roll M&Ms down into your mouth.
That's true.
All right, then you have the shed. It says I can see that.
A shed is a good one.
Yep, that's a really good secret spot.
Septic tank.
In the bathtub. Which is
I'm not a fan of that.
Like if Rochelle takes baths quite a bit, and I will bring her up a little, little something nice.
Spaghetti.
From time to time. Some spaghetti. Yeah. Some buffalo wings.
Here, I brought you some hobo stew. It's your favorite, isn't it?
On the stairs, just at your house, sitting on the stairs. I can see that.
Yeah.
That's my favorite spot for soup.
And then number 2 on this list, this is Casey. It says while driving. I think just in the car.
Yeah.
In general I think that's got to be one of the big sneaking food spots.
You have a delineation though. Parked and driving.
Right.
What is your driving food? Your number one driving food?
Oh.
I think
you know what that has become for me is a like a burrito supreme.
It stays contained.
It stays contained.
Yep.
Not messy. One hand, easy
Absolutely.
to eat. Burgers are pretty simple too, as long as they're not. Like you're not getting like a loaded burger with tons of stuff on it.
Right.
Yeah. Fries are good.
Like a McDonald's cheeseburger. Pretty damn simple.
Shish
very,
kebab.
very easy to eat while you're on the road.
Yeah, all of that contained, ready to go. French fries, easy.
Yep.
Get all that stuff.
Let me see here.
Baked Alaska.
I'm going to go to some more calls here. Let's go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, Ed. How are you?
Good morning, buddy. We're good. So, secret snacking spot for you?
I am currently 54 years old. It took me 45 years to figure out that the kitchen sink will disguise sounds of wrappers being opened.
Oh, okay.
Handy stuff like that. If you stand there and run the water, it will disguise many of those sounds, and nobody else.
I think you're talking my realm, because you go in the kitchen, you position yourself in a way you can cover the sounds. You can make, like, again, for me, it's a combination of that, hiding the sounds, and then also how you cut that piece of cake so it doesn't look like any cake.
Absolutely.
How you scoop the ice cream, all of that, how you rebuild the pile of French fries.
Right.
All of that stuff is critical.
Well done, Mike. Thank you. By the way, which leads me to the why are you hiding what you're eating? And on rare occasions, it will be I'm eating. Now, this is just at home. I wouldn't do this at work, but eating someone else's food, someone else's leftovers, and look at it and go, I think begging for forgiveness would be worth eating this. I didn't know it was yours. I didn't mean to. I'll get you some more. I have done that. What?
I don't do that.
You don't do that?
No, I don't.
Okay. You have respect for other people's leftovers?
Other people don't.
In your house,
they'll eat yours.
All the time.
They ate my ice cream.
Yeah.
That's why I had to eat my mom's candy last night.
Let me ask you something. If you set up your dinner, everything's set there, you're ready to go, and you go to the bathroom and you come back and it's gone.
Yeah.
Can someone use? Well, you weren't here.
I mean, it's on a plate on the table.
Yep.
No, people wouldn't do that.
All right.
I mean,
Possibly
the dogs would do it.
The biggest fight ever between my sister and I happened when I ate the last pizza, the last frozen pizza. I mean, physical fight. Throwing things, punching each other, the whole thing.
What kind of pizza?
I don't know, just some random frozen pizza.
When
Whatever.
you want it,
Yeah.
when you've been thinking about it,
Yep.
that's like I told these guys earlier, I'm thinking about dinner today. And I'm like, what I want. I know what I want. And I'm going to have it. And if anybody gets in my way, I'll kill them.
I remember swinging a hockey stick at her earlier. I kid you not. Because she was punching me. She was hitting me. She was older than me.
You deserved it.
It
was pizza.
Yeah,
It was
but
the last one.
You know what?
I stand with you.
It wasn't dibs on her, or she didn't call dibs on it.
She didn't dib it.
And it wasn't hers. It was.
Right.
It belonged
My
to
parents
the
bought it.
household.
All
Yeah.
right, anyway.
They should have been hitting you with hockey sticks.
Secret snacking spots. Very interesting look at that. So thank you for your calls. We do appreciate it. We got to take a break. It's 7:51. We need to get to the bizarre file. We're going to have a fantastic actor. Mr. Chris Cooper is going to be joining us along with his wife. She's an actress as well, Marianne Leone, and they're talking about a project that they have available now called Within. Todd Fedoruk's going to be on the program too, former Flyer Great, and more. Stay with us. We'll return in just a little bit. Light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
Yes,
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought, when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
Yes.
Amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
You can get
That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching it
Stop.
out.
Your plot is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you
I
can
just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2 on Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before? Never mind. Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
over the ear,
over your ear.
Yeah,
You're fine.
They're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe you should
Preston-
let
so Preston-
Steve stretch him out for you.
Yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, do we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice. She almost
fell on her
fell
ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like,
packs
it's
a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
Yeah.
That's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
He's
All right,
he's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20, at least.
Oh, yeah. Keep playing that clip over and over until I
Until
get
we
this,
find it.
Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh my God, let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old. There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the
There
day.
we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay. I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner
Yes.
has 6 kids, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlin, huh? Thought you'd be bigger. I'm your new core.
But she.
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh my
There you go.
God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
Fish music was playing when they were coming out?
No, but like ridiculous.
Hello, a selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh. You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little...
I couldn't tell.
What is this from, though?
It's a spoof. It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. It is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla lookalike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
you know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it.
I knew it. It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swardson.
Everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. you nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
A lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
Actually, this goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand-up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand-up."
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I've been doing like 22 years, which is insane. And a lot of people just know me from movies. So it's kind of a bonus when they're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball. And they're like, oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh.
This is a whole other
crazy.
aspect.
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was
exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, oh, it's this kid. And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, who is this dude? And a lot of the younger guys were like, oh, that's this kid Nick Swardson. That was my first special. And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I love them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy, and he called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, yeah, you. So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
there's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's in one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And she's in one of our calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "Okay, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother." And I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, yeah, you're a gay brother. And I was like, I've been doing a lot of gay stuff. I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, no, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay. And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with like tiny shorts. And I was like, yeah, this is way different. Way different.
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish. It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats, because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you
That's
want to buy?
insanity.
That's not
That
you.
is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never said that in an
who
interview?
grabbed the
I
piece of
probably did,
information?
but I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it. Oh,
Yeah,
there's
you know
a
the
bat.
second.
Yeah.
Two quick shout outs.
And me and my mom freaked out.
I got this from John Sarman, who said, I want to send a huge, juicy shout out to my amazing wife. She deserves it after all that she's been through. Stage 4 ovarian cancer came into our lives last year, late June. She had a major surgery, fought so bravely for 6 months of chemo. Now dealing with lifelong medication. She never gave up on life working or her memoir. She was ready to publish just as we found out about this cancer. Despite it all, she kept pushing, and in February, she was able to publish her book. And I couldn't be prouder of her and all that she's done. To me, she's a warrior, the love of my life, and best friend. Her book is called The Courage I Learned, and it's about a challenging life and how she overcame so much tragedy to become who she is today. She's giving 50% of the book sales to the Laurel House.
Oh, that's amazing.
Which I thought was great. And she said, if there's any way, there's a person who deserves a huge shout out. It's my wife, Susan Hathaway Sarman, or it might be Suzanne. I think it's Susan Hathaway Sarman.
We're going to rock a Tom Jones on this one.
Oh, yeah.
Huge fan of the show and listens every morning. And I know when she hears this, she'll be surprised that I did this. I'm not a man of many words, but for her, I will do anything to make her smile. So here you go. Nice. And Susan sent me a copy of her book, so thank you, Susan. I appreciate
Excellent.
that. All right, and then one more one. This is interesting. It says, very long time listener, second shout out request over all these years. I'll keep it brief. Finally, after 2.5 years and 4 reschedules of my lifetime dream trip to Ireland, my wife Kathy and I made it to Dublin on the 9th, originally scheduled for March of 2020. We did a bus tour of the southern ring of Ireland that ended on the 19th. Within 24 hours of your return flight, you must COVID test. As luck would have it, I tested positive.
Oh, my God.
My wife tested negative, thank God. Although tough to deal with, it was best to get her home. It brought me to tears to say goodbye, but thankfully she made it home this past Saturday. I am required to be in isolation for 10 days from my first symptoms, which thankfully were a few days ahead of my test. So here I sit, holed up in a hotel, a terrible way to end what was a fantastic trip, but at least I have MMR streaming to keep me from going totally insane. Stuck in Ireland and streaming us. And he said, today's my wife's 59th birthday, and I would have been well prepared for it had I been home. So I'm reaching out to see if there might be any way to squeeze in a juicy, it says Neil Diamond, not shout out to my beautiful Irish lass, Catherine, a.k.a. Kathy. And he says, let Tom Jones rip, please. Well, we already did Tom Jones. And thanks for making us all feel at home. That's Paul Hoffman from Dover, Delaware. So here's the chart.
I believe Paul is currently streaming us on YouTube right now, too. So I think not only is he listening, but he's watching from Ireland. I went back and forth with him over email a couple times. So good luck getting home, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we got to do the Bizarre File. Here it is.
Bizarre.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Sequoia Outback, celebrating 25 years, making yards beautiful all over the Delaware Valley. Stop in for their annual Spring into Sequoia sale, which is going on now, Route 309 in Hatfield, or at decksupplies.com. A 50-year-old man was attacked by a tiger at an animal sanctuary in Florida. Preliminary information shows the tiger was in an enclosure at Wooten's Airboats in Okeechobee in the Everglades area, being fed by its caretaker. Another employee of Wooten's, who was not authorized to be with the big cat, entered the tiger's enclosure, and the tiger then attacked the man and caused injuries to both of his arms.
Not good.
Deputies said the man had to be taken to a nearby hospital. And according to authorities, the tiger's caretaker was able to safely contain the tiger and was not injured. The sheriff's office said, "We are having a hard time comprehending this happening again. This is the second tiger attack in the county in the last 3 months."
Maybe they need to change up their methodology.
In December, a Malian tiger at the Naples Zoo grabbed the arm of a man who stuck his arm into its enclosure. And the tiger in that incident was shot and killed by deputies who were trying to rescue the man, 26-year-old River Rosenquist. So this, other than the zoo one, this sounds like it's got Tiger King written all over it. You know, those types of people that we saw in that documentary, keeping these animals. It just sounds like that on the surface.
Got my arm ripped off.
Oh, my God. Two healthy and happy American sisters who died of assisted suicide in Switzerland were helped by a third person who texted friends while posing as them.
This is a completely bizarre story.
Lila Amori, a 54-year-old palliative care doctor, and Susan Frazier, a 49-year-old nurse, traveled to Basel, Switzerland on February 3rd from their home in Phoenix, with the U.S. consulate confirming their deaths on February 18th. Now, the city is home to Pegasus, an assisted suicide facility, which helps patients who aren't terminally ill to take their own lives for an $11,000 fee. Dr. David Bilgari, a longtime friend of the sisters, said no one had heard from the duo since February 9th, 4 days after they arrived in Switzerland, and that some of their final texts seemed to have been sent from someone else. Prior to that, Bilgari said that the co-workers had been texting them and felt that the person responding was not actually one of the sisters. He said some of the telecommunications they had we are certain they were not from them. They were most likely fabricated by someone else. A spokesperson for the public prosecutor's office confirmed that the sisters had died by suicide within the legal framework. It is unclear how or where the sisters died. Assisted suicide is legal in Switzerland.
So there's no extenuating circumstances. They just went over, and the fact that someone else was texting.
Yeah, that makes it.
That's very weird.
According to Pegasus, anyone who uses the service must have a third party who is known to the individual be available to identify them to authorities after they die. The sisters did use Pegasus service. It is unknown who would have been with them to identify them if they did that. So their brother, Cal, who spoke shortly with the sisters before their trip, did not mention that they were traveling with anyone else. Frazier's employer, Aetna Health in Phoenix, raised the alarm after she failed to return to work on February 15th. Cal says his siblings appeared healthy and happy and had not given any indication as to whether they were suffering any illness that could have driven them to suicide. Pegasus says it accepts applications from patients the world over, but insists it refers anyone who is suffering from depression to counseling services. Cal, who is from New York, said it's unclear why his sisters chose to end their lives and that U.S. consular services have kept him in the dark.
Jeez.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, it's insane.
Yep.
And they obviously they need to really look into this.
Yep. All right, where else are we going to go? Let's go to Brazil. Brazilian superstar Poca says that she was hospitalized with severe stomach pain after holding in gas around her boyfriend. She didn't want to fart in front of her boyfriend, right? And she had to go to the hospital because of it. The singer whose birth name is Viviane de Quieres Pereira, shared the ordeal with her 15.7 million Instagram followers in a since deleted post. She said, I woke up at 5:30 a.m. with severe stomach pains and ended up in the hospital. But that's it, guys. I'm now fine. Just an accumulation of trapped farts is what she wrote.
Wow. Yeah, listen, you ever try to hold gas in? It hurts.
Yeah.
And if you get a buildup of gas, sometimes it can feel like a friggin' heart attack.
Polka said that she was inspired to ignore her gastrointestinal distress by medical advice video on TikTok, which she now regrets. She said, girls, don't be ashamed to fart in front of your guy. Because
in fact, there are guys who will pay for that.
She said, because what's really embarrassing is not letting your guy sleep because you're in discomfort, going to the hospital with your guy, and the diagnosis being trapped fart. She had that she would be wary of natural gas buildups in the future, writing from now on, I'm letting them rip, guys.
Thanks for the heads up.
All right, and then we'll do another one. A woman called the Chagrin Valley Dispatch 911 Tuesday, saying that she wanted to help, she needed help getting all of her chicken from KFC. The woman told
911 she calls?
Yeah. So the woman told the dispatcher she was at KFC on Euclid Avenue.
Can I help you?
And Euclid, yes. Gene comes in on a helicopter. He comes flying into the rescue.
911. What's your emergency?
She said she paid for 8 pieces of chicken and only got 4.
That's an outrage.
So she said to the dispatcher, I only got 4 pieces of chicken and I want my chicken. The dispatcher told the woman that was a civil matter and that she would have to take it up with management. And then the dispatcher said, there's not much the police can do about it. The woman, however, insisted that she wanted to talk to a police officer.
I'm sending the SCAT team, which is Special Chickens and Tactics.
So that's the SCAT team.
Yeah.
An officer was dispatched but told the woman that he was unable to help. The Euclid police chief says that he would like to remind people to only use 911 when it is an emergency. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. How would you like a 4-pack of tickets to go to the Tulip Festival?
Yeah!
Mm-hmm. We'll take caller number 9 and 10 at 215-263-WMMR. It's at Dalton Farms in Swedesboro. It's fun for the whole family. Countless Instagrammable opportunities amid acres of springtime tulips, plus a 6-acre lake with local food, drinks, and entertainment on the weekends. For hours, directions to purchase tickets online, visit DaltonFarmsNJ.com. When we come back, a little while from now, we're going to have actor Chris Cooper on.
Yes, so cool.
And his wife, Marianne, and also Todd Fedoruk will be joining us. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Because it's like, it's like we call the police. Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat they can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they need.
It's like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in and it made this weird sound. And I just end up killing my mom and eating her. And
Okay,
I just want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute antithesis
The love of bats is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
It was when you were in Austin for your 3rd time. It says, why do you keep coming back? And you said, I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music. And you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christy, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy,
Yeah.
by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight and you got that stuff all handled, are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. I mean,
Okay.
I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just like, and not she's not an alcoholic or anything. She just I just want to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years, and then I'll take like a month off.
Yeah.
And it really helps. It really
5
helps.
years, 1 month, 5 years, 1 month.
It's all about the balance.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Great to see you, man. Thanks for being
cheers,
here.
guys.
That is Nick Swardson.
Yeah.
Give him some love.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did.
K-San?
At
No.
K-San in San
Okay, it was.
Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Oh,
So I
couldn't they
worked
change
in the-
format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're 3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains. Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was another. Here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah,
that
country stereo.
That was the tagline.
Country stereo.
Something like that. And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name all the counties.
Oh my God!
You all got us a story there, Presbo.
We do.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah. I've only been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So, Will Robertson and Kenny, what was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
Friday, so I begin the weekend long alive.
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Is he still
kills
even
me.
on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it's
A little
was
crazy?
total unintelligible.
It's Amish in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. Reverend Billy saw Hargis.
Who's wore those cowboy hats too? When I see him on TV. I mean,
With the headphones. Cowboy hat?
He did?
Yeah, on
Yes.
the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they under? Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw 2 officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about,
I was
Casey,
just
just
telling
before
you
we
guys.
came on,
This guy is such an a-hole. He's yelling at the cops. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
And
he got arrested,
and
yeah?
and he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, you got to get out of the street. He's like, no, I don't. Like, yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're in the middle of the street, you effing a-hole.
Well, technically, that's jaywalking, so you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
Oh, he was ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, "Who you wife? Damn." You guys are so mean. Whatever.
He's going to squeeze it really hard, though.
I'm moving on.
Okay, move on.
Who you wife? I need to focus on this because I don't
She's
know
a
if this-
newswoman.
I don't know if this is English.
And we're distracting her.
sorry.
All right.
Who you wife? Damn, I forgot he ain't got one. Damn, he said.
That was well performed.
Okay,
Who
thank
you
you.
wife?
Who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. Don't
Yeah.
forget the damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Who you wife?
So
Damn.
Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott.
Excuse me, who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. You ain't got no wife? Damn.
That's a different way.
John Houseman performed.
You wife. Damn. You ain't got no wife.
Well done.
You know what? It's like I was there.
Exactly.
It's like I was there on the scene. The Harry Potter film franchise is indelibly linked to Alan Rickman.
Yes.
And his portrayal of Professor Severus Snape. But Rickman wasn't as enamored with the role as fans were and still are, a new trove of letters reveals.
I think it sucks a bag of beans. Mr. Potter, this role sucks a big bag of Harry D.
If he didn't like it or had issues with it, it certainly didn't show up on screen. He was excellent, and to his emotional, spoiler alert, ending in the series.
Yeah.
He was a critical part of it.
Yep.
Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you at this hour.
His deliveries.
Just so good.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. Mm-hmm. Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
I just love the way he drags out those words, man.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore, any person found to have knowledge of these events who fails to come forward will be treated as equally guilty.
It's so good.
Fantastic. Wow. It's so sad that he's
You will
gone.
be called to my office, where I shall spank you with your pantaloons down around your ankle. I shall do so liberally and with great care. There will be a modicum of probing. Digits will be involved.
If that doesn't scare you straight, I don't know what
I might
would.
even break out the wand. At which point you will receive an enema unlike any you have ever received before. In fact, I will pay to have the owl watch the whole
Oh my God. He's a cuck. The owl's a cuck.
Absolutely.
Hedwig? Yeah.
That's
And then, when it is all done, I shall pleasure myself into the sorting hat.
Oh my God.
Not the sorting hat.
Oh, man.
Oh my God.
He's gone off the deep end.
That's when Rickman became bored with the character. And he needed to add a little flavor to it.
Sure.
Oh,
It's
wow.
because of his pentameter, I have had this ongoing debate as to whether or not he says yippee-ki-yay, I'll say truck, mutta truck, or mutta trucka.
And that haunts you?
Well, I mean, I've talked about this ever since the movie came out. Does he put an ER at the end of...
I don't think
Bless
he
me,
does.
Father, for I have sinned.
Yes.
I'm worried about Alan Rickman's delivery of the role, Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Trucker. Do you have any sins to tell me about, son?
No. I just thought I'd talk about
I just
this.
wanted to seek your counsel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think there's an ER. I think it's a...
Me neither.
The question you just raised is easily one of the most imbecilic things I've ever heard. I want you to come to my office, where I shall lock the door and spank your buttocks.
A man was spotted riding on the hood of a car barreling down the express lane of I-95 in Florida late Sunday. It appeared to be talking on the phone while he was doing it.
Yes, that's with anchovies and pepperoni, please.
Yeah, he's on the hood of a car going about 70 miles an hour. The driver in the other car that was filming this says the words, "What the actual F?" We're in mid-highway.
He's one hand holding on to the crease of the hood, and the other hand holding the phone to his ear.
A female passenger in the car seemingly could not believe what her eyes were seeing. According to the video, she said, "What is that? Oh, my God." The driver, Daniel Maida, who was filming this, told the Miami News Times that the man on the hood was somehow hanging on to the Mercedes-Benz C300 with one hand and appeared to be talking on the phone with his other hand. A woman behind the wheel.
Now, baby, I know I made a mistake. I know I made a mistake. But I think we can work this out. I just want you to listen to me, or at least slow down by 20 miles an hour.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have two here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here celebrating his birthday today.
Hello, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age. And they all lie about theirs.
You were working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
Yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of us, we all started out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you, I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw. I worked on that with Eddie. I also produced it, and Robert directed it.
I remember that day.
Oh, there was a picture. Put the picture back up. Yeah.
I was back there with you guys, right? And I was slapboxing with Eddie, and I almost hit him. And
New
then security
neighbors.
grabbed me. And was like, all right.
You never know what you're going to get, right? All right? When you have new neighbors, either you're moving somewhere or someone's moving in next door, and you don't know what's going to happen.
No.
Okay. I'm just trying to lay the groundwork here for what we're about to talk about.
I did what I did because I didn't want there to be.
Because I can't stand it no more.
No, because I wanted a nice encounter with my neighbors when they move in. My new neighbors when they move in.
So you have a house next to you that has been
it's under construction.
Under construction, okay.
Yeah, they're renovating the whole thing. They put an addition on. They cleared the whole house out. It was a very old house.
But done by the company that's going to sell the house.
Correct. They bought
So
the
somebody's
house.
flipping it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically.
Okay. So a construction company came in. They bought it. They're flipping it. Somebody is buy this. Have the prospective buyers? Is there a couple that's going to get it?
Yeah, I saw.
Okay.
They said that it has sold or at least under agreement, and I saw a couple walk by. I mean, on the property. I guess that was them. I didn't have a chance to go over and say hi, or I wanted to, but they were gone by the time I got out of the house. So, but they came in. They did all this construction, and there was a few things like they were shut down for not having like certain permits and stuff like that, and whatever. So I think they're up and running now, and they're doing fine. But they brought in this big giant truck to cut down some trees. They cleared out it's a very big piece of land, not very, but it's a big piece of land.
Right.
So they cut some trees because they're adding an addition and stuff like that.
Right adjacent to yours.
Yeah. But they left a big, giant, half-dead tree, which is on their property. But of course, the majority of the tree, is over into my property. And I've never had to deal with this before. Like, this is not something, and we've talked about it before. I know Marissa had something growing up.
Yeah.
With her neighbors, and that went bad and all that. It was all over a stupid tree. So this tree sits like on the property line, except it's technically not on my property. It's on theirs. So I contacted the company. I contacted the township, and I was like, hey, listen, if they're cutting down trees, get rid of this one. It is half dead. I mean, it drops full-size branches onto my property, onto the place that ripped a hole in the roof of the place.
So it's destroying stuff on your side of the.
It's a hazard. I mean, for sure, but it's not completely dead. I will say that it is not completely dead. It is a huge tree. It's old, but part of it absolutely and the dead part is mostly on my side.
Lucky you.
Right.
Yeah.
So I contacted them, and the township helped out as much as they could. The owners of the house basically completely ignored me. I contacted them several times and several different people. There's more than one owner, and nobody got back to me. So the township said, well, just cut the branches that are, this is the only thing you can do. Because I said, what's my next step here? What do I do? They said, cut the branches over your property.
Okay, so you're allowed to do that?
Yeah, that's what they told me to do.
Okay.
So we did.
All right. Just to jump in quickly, and it gets better. We've talked about cases in which a tree has fallen over into someone's property, and actually, at least in PA, last time we talked about it, it's my understanding that it is the person whose house was hit with the branch or whatever, it's their financial
Well, I will tell you, during big storms, like we had a couple, where heavy winds and, lightning storms that come through, that tree specifically, it scares me. If it were to fall, it'd go right into Jace's bedroom. So it definitely scares me. And like I said, there's been huge parts of it that have fallen and into our property. So, so we had a company come out, and we had to have a tree taken down. And then I said, can you cut those trees. I said, but aggressively cut them because I don't want my first encounter with new neighbors to be, hey, we're going to hack up the side of your tree. You know, if they're buying this house with this tree there.
You want to start on good footing.
Yeah. Well, maybe I shouldn't use the word aggressive. I'm not quite sure. But they certainly got rid of every branch that hangs over onto.
Would they whittle it down to a stump?
I mean, there's no more branches over my property.
Wow. So they cut it way back.
I mean, so much so where I almost went outside and was like, okay, I think this is good. We're good now.
Does it look like half a tree now? Like clearly they just cut the stuff on your side? Wow.
Yeah, like it's the branches are gone.
Was the half that was cut dead? For the most part?
Yeah. So I think.
So they have the living part on their
What they did, but I do think what they did was those large branches that were. Listen, there were probably some that were cut that were fine, but there were large branches that were dead, and I think that's why it looks like such a big gap because they took all of those off.
Here's a text from a landscaper. He says there is an imaginary line straight up in the air, and that is your property.
That's what they did.
Oh,
okay.
I mean, they went straight up.
You should be good then.
Yeah,
though. You're not beholding to.
But still, that doesn't mean that a neighbor might not come and go, we wanted to keep that tree the way it was.
Right. Yeah.
I think you can
want in one hand and crap in the other.
Right.
I think you can have some responsibility if there are storms involved, though, Kathy. And I base this on a recent episode of Judge Steve Harvey.
Yes,
where
he's very good.
Judge Steve Harvey ruled in favor of the person who had the storm happen on her property. But in fact, she had made that storm up, the dates up. So there was a whole bunch of confluence as to whether or not the facts were real or not. But I think, Kathy, if a storm happens, you can be responsible for some of the stuff that lands on your property.
Yes, you are. We that was what we established, I believe, last time. A couple of years ago, we talked about something similar. It was that you're responsible for whatever happens in your yard. So you were right to make sure this wasn't a risk factor.
And you know what? Let me say, so the previous owners, we had an agreement with them. They were like, you do what you want with that tree. So we constantly were cutting every time it was. So I thought now, since there was, some action going over there, they were taking trees down. Hey, take this one down.
Yeah. By the way, here's a text. It says, board certified master arborist here. Send a certified letter from an arborist that the tree is hazardous. The neighbor will then be on the hook for any damage that happens to your property. So that's kind of like a safety net.
Right. Okay.
And by the way, I have a question. So let's say there's a tree issue that you have with a neighbor or something like that, and this is going to a darker place. But is there a way to secretly kill a tree?
I think there is.
Like if you could, can you go out and like inject the roots with something?
Well, so somebody told me to do this, and I didn't do this, but that you can grind up the roots on your on your side, on your property, and it will probably kill a portion of the tree.
But to do that would require excavation and ripping up stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there's something you could put on it. We chopped down 4 big trees when we moved to our property because they were part of them were dead. It was a risk. They were going to come down.
Yeah.
And that relationships in neighborhoods have had a tree issue.
Oh my God!
Has been the start of some nasty stuff. Marissa?
Kathy mentioned at the top, my parents had a little thing going on with their neighbors. We never did it, but my dad did tell us that if you put a copper nail on a tree.
They were getting a ton of texts saying the same thing.
What is this now?
Copper nails.
Put
it in the tree?
Yeah, so you can
or
just
in the
kind
roots.
of like hammer it into the tree, into the roots, and it will kill them.
But here's the thing. I mean, this thing is But this thing is huge. I wouldn't want to wait for the whole thing to be dead and potentially fall.
I know, but I'm thinking long game here.
Yeah, okay.
Or sleep with the new woman's husband.
That too.
Okay.
Right.
Wait, now
Marissa,
how's that going to help?
Did your parents do that, or they had heard you could do that?
No, my dad just told us that this is a way you can.
How does that happen?
I'd do that in a heartbeat.
Can someone explain how that accelerates the death of a tree?
I'm going to look it up, but there's like 20 texts that are saying the exact same thing.
Yeah, I think it just reacts with the tree. The
How
copper does.
how big of a nail are we talking about?
8 feet.
No, I think
like
you just, like,
that's a
little
question.
ones.
Just regular, 9-inch copper nails.
No, I think you just put like little ones in there, and I think it just reacts with the tree roots.
All right. Well, maybe we can get an answer to that. Maybe that master arborist can call in.
I had a holly tree in my backyard that was on.
Get rid of it?
What? Yeah.
Oh God. God.
What, you like holly trees? I
Yes.
freaking hate them.
I do too.
Well, especially because in the backyard, like I will walk around with like bare feet, and
I believe I didn't know.
Ow! Yeah,
Wait, you know why I like holly trees? Because I like to cut them, and put it in my planters and my wreath that I make on my door.
I hate them. I grew up with holly trees. Those things suck, man. They're sharp. Those
very sharp.
Yeah.
Those
So,
needles are sharp.
Shrapnel trees.
I had one. It was in my backyard. It was on my property, but it was like right on the fence line. As a matter of fact, there was a wooden fence that it kind of went into. My neighbor behind me asked me to cut it down, which I thought was like, wow, that's pretty ballsy to say, cut this whole thing down.
I'm going to sleep with your wife.
He was nice about it, and I made it sound like, oh man, we love this tree. It gives us shade, and there's not much shade. So I was just trying to get him to pay for at least half of it.
Right.
And he agreed to pay for half of it, but we ended up just cutting it down anyway and taking the whole.
Was it on your property?
It was what's that?
It was on your property.
It was on my property.
So wait, why would they pay for it?
Because they asked me to cut it down, even though I had planned on cutting it down myself.
Was it extending over into their property?
No. But if it fell over, their house line comes all the way up to the fence.
Well,
pretty
unless
much.
it was an eminent,
I wouldn't.
That's not
I would
their-
never think.
Can you change your shutters?
Yeah, but if it's not on their property, that's kind of rude.
Listen,
I
we
think.
need you to paint your house a different color.
Yeah.
We don't like it.
Well,
I listen. I had a friend whose neighbors wanted them to get rid of their play set for their kids, and it's like, screw you.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Right.
This is for my children to play on. Yeah,
What?
property value, blah, 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 that whole thing.
Well, the neighbor said,
shut up.
we want to put a hot tub there.
Yeah.
In my backyard.
but if you are going to request that somebody cut something down, that isn't sick, that's not half dead, sick. It's not half dead or anything like that. Then I think.
But wait, why did they want it gone?
I think because if it like, let's say lightning struck it or something like that, it could fall onto their house. It could. But it was a perfectly healthy tree.
Right.
Like I said, I made it sound like I wanted to cut it down anyway. I made it sound like that wasn't in the plans.
Trying to get some money.
And the guy did offer to pay for half of it, but I ended up just paying for all of it anyway. So, and the people that cut it down didn't like grind the stump all the way down either.
Got to do that.
I know. I had to do that myself.
Let me go to some calls about the copper nail in the tree. I'm going to go to Chris. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, runner-up Iron Chi-Chi chef here.
Iron Chi-Chi. Runner-up Iron Chi-Chi chef. Nice to have you on, Chris. What's up, buddy?
So copper nails. Now, I haven't used copper nails, but I used to use a couple beautiful pin oaks for backstops for shooting my handgun. And let me tell you what, they're dead. So copper bullets will do the same thing.
So you say just go out and open up a clip into into a neighbor's tree.
Just unload
why,
a full
why,
mag.
Out there with her handgun and put a couple holes in it.
Our question, Chris, is why copper kills the tree?
Yep.
And I
he
guess
doesn't know why.
I assume that whatever put you in jail wasn't a felony
I was
because
just
you
going to say that. I was going to say, are you allowed to own a gun?
You want to answer that, Chris?
It's my wife.
So he's not allowed?
All right, thank you, Chris.
As long as it's your wife, you can go out with your
Have a good one, guys.
See ya. So here, Nick pulled up this information. It just says the simple answer is that excessive copper from copper nails may lead to copper toxicity that kills the tree. So
All right. Okay.
I don't know why.
I've never heard of that.
It reacts. Marissa wants me to go to line 10, and it is our master arborist who texted in. It's John. Hey, John.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good, John. So you're an expert. What about this copper nail thing?
So it would take a lot of copper to kill a tree, more than just one nail.
Okay.
I mean, we use lightning protection in trees, and we actually use copper wire to conduct the lightning into the ground. So copper, a little bit isn't going to kill the tree. It'd have to be a tremendous amount. There are much easier ways to kill trees than just copper, but I probably shouldn't be sharing all of those on the air.
I think so. Being a master arborist and all, probably not a good idea to give away, ideas how to kill tons of trees.
John, a quick question. So do you provide a service, or you know how to provide a service to sort of put a lightning rod or a lightning conductor into trees that might be at a risk?
Exactly, yeah, and more specimen trees that you want to preserve on a property. You don't put lightning protection in every tree, but certainly there's some.
Right. Okay. I never heard of that.
Trees out there that deserve it. Yeah.
That makes sense. If you have a tree that you're worried about, that you can set up like a lightning rod system that would stop it from
Okay.
blowing up.
So a friend of mine, my friend who lives on a farm in Upper Black Eddy, she's got a tree there, and I don't know exactly what it is, but there is like a coin that's screwed into the tree, basically saying that like she can't ever cut it down.
Huh.
Yeah, townships will tag trees. We'll tag trees as well on very large properties where we want to make sure that we're protecting the right tree. So we'll identify them by number. So when we go out with the crew, we know exactly which tree we're talking about, and that way we can keep better records of these special trees.
Yeah, if they're like the walking, talking kind, like in Lord of the Rings, you don't want to take those down.
No.
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
too special. They're
They're
very
like
rare.
free range trees.
All right, John, thanks for the heads up. We appreciate it.
Just back to Kathy's thing on the trees that are leaning over your property. If they are dead and hazardous, have an arborist come out, write a letter, send it there. That way, if it does fall and hit your property, the neighbor's homeowner's insurance is on the hook to fix anything that happens to your
all
property.
right, that's good advice.
If you don't write that letter and a tree falls onto your property, it's technically your responsibility to clean it up.
Can Kathy fudge the date?
If they want to be a good neighbor, they could do it, but that's not always the case.
Right. Okay.
All right, how does Kathy find an arborist?
I call John.
You can go to
jdate.com.
That's for Jewish dating.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Arborist on Google, and that'll get you in the right direction.
One of my good
Thanks,
friend's
John.
dads is an arborist.
We actually had they're actually pretty easy to find. We had one. We have a tree that was shedding a lot of fruit onto our garage roof, and we had an arborist come out and tell us how to do that. And
Kathy, just give
sleep with my neighbor's wife.
Give your address out on air. And
Yeah, we'll,
people come over.
Hang on, let me go to John here. Hey, John, you are on the air. Good morning.
Bookmark. Get set. We're riding on the internet.
Wow. That's from a while ago.
That's well done, sir. What's up, John?
Oh, not much. So I had my neighbor and I, we both had the same kind of tree, silver maples. And his was older and bigger than mine. And on mine, I had arborists come out because big branches were dying on it. And it had this silver maple disease. And apparently it just sort of rots the tree out from the inside.
Okay.
So it still looks pretty healthy. And then you start to notice a branch or two die. And they take like a core of it and the center of it is dead. So he's like, hey, it doesn't look bad, but you need to take it down or it could fall. And it hung partly over my driveway, So my neighbor had the same tree, same problem was happening to his tree. So, I had paid the arborist and everything, and I went over to him and I'm like, hey, you probably got the same problem. And yours is bigger and hangs over your driveway even more, Maybe we get together, the two of us, they'll give us a good price to take down both trees, and he just never got back to me. We had ours taken down, it only cost about like $300-400.
Right. Okay.
And a couple weeks after we had ours taken down, maybe a month or two, I can't remember, it's been a few years, big old storm came through, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and one of the large, very large, probably about 50-foot long, dead branches on his tree was blown off. It took out a power line, a cable line, and it laid directly across my work truck.
Oh.
So across the hood, across the roof was all dented up and everything. And I'm kind of like, yeah, my company's insurance is going to pay for it, but how many times do you have to be?
Yeah, he told him.
And the thing is, I like my neighbors. I lived next to them for a long time and never had a problem, but they just didn't listen. A few $100, man, you're going to save yourself the trouble.
It's true. Yeah.
Did that cause any strife between the two households?
No, it really didn't because
you're now more to less.
Responsible. They didn't feel responsible in any way, shape, or form. So,
wow.
Hey, but what am I going to do? Get ticked off? You know what I mean? It's no big deal. They did have their tree taken down, though.
Good attitude, John.
Months later, because, hey, they saw that happen, and they're thinking, I don't want the same thing to happen to me.
Gotcha. All right, thanks, John. We appreciate it. All right, well, listen, we got to wrap because we got an interview coming up here. By wrap, I don't mean, busting rhymes or anything like that.
Yeah.
We got to wrap things up. We could if we wanted to. You don't want that.
Freestyling.
But, Kathy, I'm interested what ends up happening with you jumping ahead and ripping apart that tree that's not yours.
Pick up some copper nails on the way home.
Neighbors might respond to that. We'll take a break. Actor Chris Cooper joining us when we return. Stay put.
93.3 WMMR.
You're about to mess up this morning.
Wow.
So I mean, that's cool. But all you guys have had such a massive effect on comedy and a type of comedy that I love. We all love. That is, you helped usher it in. Eddie Murphy did as well.
What happened in my career was I started out, sort of by myself.
Yeah.
And then as my family started getting into the business, I kind of realized that it was either going to be all of us or one. So I decided to make it about all of us. So I kind of stepped away from acting and started to
cultivate.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and Sean, we were talking earlier about how you were first on the show as the DJ.
Yeah.
And you'd already been doing comedy. You're doing stuff like that. But so from your point, Keenan, as you're seeing family member after family member, I want to do this. I want to do this. Is it a double-edged sword, or what do you first say to them when they come to you and they say you as sort of the default patriarch? I want to do this.
He nurtured us.
Yeah.
My thing with them was as long as you're willing to work. I always wanted them to know that it wasn't easy, and I would give them small opportunities in the beginning. I never gave anyone a starring role who wasn't ready, and like I said, I made sure that they all put in their work, and it is the fact that they're where they are in their careers now is testament to the
everybody
fact that they came in the right way.
Did anybody ever get mad at you saying, "Hey, I'm ready for my starring role"?
Always. When Damon first started,
I was the DJ, man.
And you were a damn good DJ.
I could play sketches too and scratch.
Hey, the guy right behind you is really talented.
Well, when Damon first started, I told him, I said, "Give yourself 10 years." Yeah. And he looked at me like I was insane, and he was like, "It's gonna take me 10 years." Well, 10 years later, he was ready.
We say the same. I tell like the interns and people who are coming up in the radio business, and now we've been, it's the 20th anniversary of the show, and I say, trust me, if you were to jump 5 years into the future and look back, you wouldn't believe where you were or how things have changed. Yeah. So that's very sage advice. But when you're young and hungry, it's hard to perceive that.
It is, and the thing is, youth is something that people think everything is supposed to happen when you're young.
Right.
And they're disappointed if it doesn't, because youth is when, you make the money, you chase the girls, you do. That's the experience that everybody wants, as opposed to being great at what you do. Yeah. And being great at what you do takes a lot more time than that. And sometimes, youth passes you by. And I tell people all the time, if your goal is to be a CEO of a company, it doesn't matter if it happens at 20 or 60.
Yeah.
You still accomplish your goal.
Yeah. All right. So you have to be a really good talent scout, right? So within Living Color, were you the sole decision maker as far as who was on the cast and who wasn't?
Yeah.
All right, so it was because you did an amazing job with that, and you look at all of the people that came out of there.
Well, they were all people that I knew.
That you knew.
Right? So we were all in the clubs together. Okay. So when I got an opportunity, it was like, who's the funniest guys I know? Like, it wasn't really like a hard thing to do, because I knew they were funny.
You were working with people like Jim Carrey and all those guys were paying their dues.
And he knew what to do with them.
Right. Yeah. But that's a key. That is a gift. There's Lorne Michaels has that that ability, and also who's going to synergize well with each other.
But your show aired at 8:00 on Sunday, and so you had a younger audience in myself.
Right.
And I mean, I loved it. You know what I mean? Like Ace Ventura came out, I was like all over that. And
it got moved to 8. Started at 9.
Did it start at 9?
Yeah.
What Parker Lewis Can't Lose? Was that your lead?
The Ferris Bueller ripoff?
I love that show too.
Fox wanted to make it an anchor show.
Okay.
So they moved us to 8.
Okay. Did they initially, or because would it first really, because it kind of hit the ground running, if my memory was, and did they go, whoa, we need to bump this up.
Yeah, well, initially they were very afraid of the show.
Yeah.
Period. Like they had no idea
They were afraid.
what was going to happen. But
Right.
once the show was successful, then it was like, every network strategy is going to be how many other shows can we launch?
Right.
So, they ended up moving us.
In this day and age of reboots, we're seeing TV shows rebooted.
Constantly.
What's the likelihood? We don't have a good sketch show. SNL's the only thing going right now, as far as I know.
I think there's absolutely a new generation.
Yeah.
So it would just. I don't think that the guys from the past would
step forward. Yeah.
want to do that again. But there's absolutely a new generation out there, and it would be fun.
Yeah.
We're in a time now where I think a show like In Living Color is needed, but at the same time, it's the sensitivity.
Can you do it?
Yeah,
No,
can
that's
you
a
do
good
it?
question. We were wondering about that, about the. Preston and I were having a talk earlier about the comedy club or the theater. When you guys are there, that's your realm, and all bets are off. You should
It
be
should
allowed.
be,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's safe spaces
Yeah.
for satire and comedy and thought provoking, whatever you want to do. That's your palette, and there's been hits on it lately.
It's the phone.
Yeah.
You see, because
Absolutely.
the people who are in the club, they paid to be there and they want to see it.
Yeah.
But people who are filming, now it's going to people who didn't want to see it.
You're
and
right.
then when they do see it, now they're pissed. It's never the people who were in
That's
the
why I
club.
didn't want to go. See that?
Well, speaking of that, even some rock bands have adopted no phone.
I don't think phones should
get
be
outta
allowed.
here.
I think you're there for the experience and enjoy the experience. And
Well, Kevin Hart played the Link, the stadium here, and there was a no phone rule for that whole show. It can be done. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, I would agree.
Yes,
with that,
you lift a clip
100%.
out, you lift a soundbite out of context,
Yep.
and people are going to go ape.
It's just crazy.
I heard somebody, and I don't remember who the performer was, saying recently though that they, it's really easy to see from the stage when somebody does get on their phone. Have you guys noticed that? Like if you're up on stage, you can tell immediately.
if the light is on,
You can tell, but you just don't want to stop. You got to understand. You got people in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
You got momentum going.
Right.
And you're thinking about your next thing, and you're trying to be physical, and you're trying to be in the moment, and then someone has their phone up. Do you stop your whole show to deal with this guy with his phone up? And then kill the people's
No,
show?
you're right. So you're going to
Or
ruin
do
it for
you
other
keep-
people. Yeah,
so,
no. It makes total sense.
Sometimes you do, and you make him part of the show, and you destroy him for being the idiot.
Yeah, which is
for pulling
also
the phone
good.
out. But
You channel your Richard Pryor.
yeah, if I gotta stop, I'm gonna destroy you.
Keenan, I have to tell you that I'm going to Get You Sucker is one of my absolute favorite movies.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I think people need to revisit it, but I think it's also sort of it's the likely first step to getting to Don't Be a Menace, which that same sort of comedy, which has became the style of comedy. When you were putting that together, how difficult was that to pull everybody? You had a lot of cameos and stuff. Give us the idea of what that production was like.
I was very lucky. And Jim Brown really, he and Bernie Casey, once they came on,
got it done.
Then everybody else was like, well, if they'll do it. And
they were essential.
Yeah.
They were what Leslie Nielsen was.
Yes, they were the icons of the era. And so once I was able to bring them on board, it went really smooth. And it really was, it was an homage to them.
And the blaxploitation movies of the
those
70s.
are the movies I grew up watching, and
so did I. They were
enjoyed
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
So, when I was writing it affectionately. So that's why I think that they responded to it. And then these guys did the same thing for their generation with Don't Be a Menace.
Yeah.
So I was on the set of I'm Gonna Get You Sucka, 17-year-old boy watching his big brother do his thing and just taking it all in and going, man, one day I want to do a movie just like this.
Yeah, and you did.
A couple of years later.
Yeah.
Don't Be a Menace was born.
It's Sean and Keenan, Ivory Wayans here, and we want to do something special because it's a special day, and we have something to bring out for Keenan. It is his birthday today, so we got a cake for you, Keenan. Yes.
He don't eat cake, though.
to you. So you don't eat cake, huh?
No, I don't. But I appreciate the 7 candles. It's my 7th birthday.
There you go. So you can blow out the candles in there. The first ever Bond girl, Eunice Gayson, has died. She was 90 years old. She starred as James Bond's love interest, Sylvia Trench, opposite Sir Sean Connery in Dr. No back in 1962.
The iconic scene of all Bond movies, when James Bond first is introduced, she is across the, I don't know if we have the audio of it from the clip, but she is across the table, and here it is.
I admire your courage, Miss...
Trench. Sylvia Trench. I admire your luck, Mr.
Bond. James Bond.
So, Sylvia Trench, you got to love the names that they gave these women.
Sylvia Trench, huge gaping gash.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you're going with Trench and Pussy Galore and things
I'm
like
Pussy,
that.
Harriet Pussy.
Yeah. No, I
Countess Smelly Bunghole. Well, Miss Bunghole. Pussy galore. And that was, a lot of vagina. Was the,
the play off of that. A lot of vagina.
But Sylvia Trench. Yeah, hairy gash.
Hairy gash.
Slimy bush.
Slimy.
Putrid pooter.
Yeah.
All right.
Keep it going. I'm having fun.
Melisandre Double Fist.
Yeast infectantine.
Yeah. So
rest in peace.
What a lovely tribute to Eunice.
Chlamydia hysterectomy.
So, Steve, she was in From Russia with Love as well?
Yes. So he actually leaves her to go off on this mission, but the idea was to keep her sort of continuing the way Money Penny. It was sort of a flirtation to keep her in and out of his life, but they passed on that. But that's the first time in the Bond films where James Bond is introduced at the Baccarat table. I believe they're playing Baccarat. And it's great.
Did she know Steaming Butthole, too?
She knew Steaming Butthole was her sister.
All right. But anyhow, a post on her official Twitter feed read, an amazing lady.
Perhaps you know my sister, Queef Poop Splatter.
And my cousin, Purdy Turd Cutter.
So the Twitter feed read, an amazing lady who left a lasting impression on everyone that she met.
Did you say Queef Poop Splatter?
She will be very much missed. You know what? I got to point this out. Lately, when you've come in here and we're doing this crossover thing, I don't know where you're going.
Excuse me, what?
No, I mean your inflection. It sounds like, is he going to say something else, or is he done now? And I'm having a hard time. I think we're off. I think we're out of sequence. I think we're
We'll have like a
he does have a secret.
session.
He's become a soldier of fortune.
Oh
yeah.
Maybe let's do an Outward Bound together or something.
Furthermore, and that.
Hey.
What?
I wanted to ask you.
I can't believe this is hard.
I'm not saying you're stopping in the middle of what you're saying.
He's saying you're an unprofessional broadcaster.
You actually finish the words,
that's
and then
certainly true.
Your inflection is as if you're going to continue on, and then you don't.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
You should have heard us all day. The amount of screw-ups and semi-said words and spotties.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday, Preston looks at me and goes, what's going on? I go, I'm just trying to get my head out of my ass.
Yep. So you're done talking now.
What?
Okay. What is on your show today?
There was once a time.
Oh, is that you doing that, Steve? I'm like, where's that noise coming from?
Beautiful day. Then I found myself camping. That part's wrong because I wouldn't camp.
Oh.
That part's wrong in my own story.
And well,
I'd like to correct my story.
A Motel 6 is camping for me.
You going to U2 tonight?
Yes! Yes! And you have access to right? You can be on premises, yes?
Something to talk about.
Thank God.
Oh my God, yes. It's like a first date.
Oh my God, we found something in common.
I like spaghetti too.
And
I have a
his
follow-up
wife,
question.
Marianne,
Do you think
to
that,
give us a call. They're not through yet, so we can chat a little bit more about March Madness.
Yes.
And I like our chances of Fleetwood Mac against the Grateful Dead.
I think when you hear Fleetwood Mac songs presented that way, you might just get all nostalgic and misty, and you might just go for it. And I think you're right. It has a chance to maybe carry it over the finish line.
That's from a personal standpoint, but I mean, MMR is just filled with deadheads.
It's true.
Yeah.
So many people love the Dead that listen to MMR and are diehards, and it's a passionate fan base.
It is, and I'm looking at the songs that are going to be representing the bands, and the two Fleetwood Mac songs they're big songs. I don't want to indicate what they are, and I'm more of a Deadhead than a Fleetwood Mac head.
Right.
I have Fleetwood Mac going to the Elite Eight in my pool.
Really?
I haven't gotten any wrong in the 80s region yet.
You never know. That people might latch onto it and go, yeah.
Out of defiance.
Time to give Fleetwood Mac their due.
I'm going to be a contrarian here.
All right, we'll see.
Damn it.
Working out to Songbird yesterday.
All right, of course you were. All right, our guests are ready to go, and we're excited to talk to both of them. And it's apropos that this particular project has a husband and wife team doing this, because it's a really cool project that is called Within. It's an anthology of short films that were created in the homes of Hollywood stars. I mean, because all the people that are involved, I mean, like Don Cheadle, Julianne Moore, Rosie Perez, Carla Gugino. There's a bunch of people involved in this who have done their own part at home during the pandemic. So we are happy to welcome these two to our program this morning. You know them from tons of films. Combined, they've been in Seabiscuit, October Sky, The Patriot, Goodfellas, Sopranos, American Beauty, Adaptation. We could go on and on. Please welcome both Chris Cooper and Marianne Leone to the show this morning. Good morning, guys.
Hi, guys. Good morning, everybody.
What are you guys laughing at? We do too much of a setup for you?
It's a great opening.
There you go. We do it big. We have to. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So did I encapsulate this correctly? Essentially, you guys were given a project to create a portion of a film. Are these vignettes? Is this all one big story? How does this quite work out?
Yeah, this happened. I think it stemmed from something that happened a handful of years ago. I did a piece called I Love You, New York. And Celine Rattray was a producer of it. And that was a film of vignettes by different actors. And then, these years later, she contacted us and asked if we'd be interested in being involved with this setup.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Go ahead.
She asked me to write a 10-minute scene because I've also written and sold screenplay besides acting on The Sopranos. So they sent us 2 giant suitcases of equipment, which we opened in our guest room, put on the bed, and just marveled at because, oh my God.
So much equipment, everything you could imagine that you need to make a film. A really professional sound setup, lighting, 2 cameras, 2 iPhone cameras that did remarkable.
Oh, it's unbelievable what you can do with those things. Like you have the rigs, the gimbals, and everything. But the basic idea, unless I'm misreading this, guys, is that it's sort of a way to chronicle life during the pandemic and lockdown, and through different takes. And I think it's a very valid thing to sort of chronicle what that was about.
Well, this was a take on it, so this was fictitious. This was about a couple that had separated who shared a custody dog. And the guy brings back the dog after taking the dog away because he kind of wants to get back together. Mm-hmm. And we see whether the next 2 days are going to do it with the custody dog because she has misophonia. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
The audio sensation, you can't stand hearing people eat and stuff like that?
Yes. Yeah. So this 2 days, it's like going to determine are they going to get back together or not. And,
I love that.
So that's what we set up. And I love you calling this Hollywood stars since we live in a raised ranch on the South Shore of Boston. But, okay.
Well, that's how we know you guys. But so in general, though, if there was some overarching theme, it would be, again, at home during this time period, which, it's kind of weird. And I was talking about this with a friend, and I don't like seeing shows now where people are wearing masks and the thing that sort of reminds us of what we've just been through. But I think the way this is presented, Go ahead.
I had the same concern. You know, I thought, oh, these vignettes during COVID, man, it's going to be such a downer. People came up with such interesting stories, you know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because looking at the trailer, it looks like it's actually very elements that are inspiring, and it breaks down to friendships and what if there's anything that the pandemic taught us and all of that. I think this movie is capturing, which is to appreciate those relationships, to appreciate those nuances. Right. Correct?
That's right.
Very
Absolutely.
correct.
Some of them are very touching.
A lot of folks zeroed in on that very thing. Yeah.
Yes. So it was daunting. Believe me, it was daunting to have all this equipment. We had a DP on call. We had a sound guy on call, but it was just the two of us. And I had stupidly written in the wild turkeys that I feed every day. That's why I'm the bane of the neighborhood. And you know what? Turns out when you aim a camera at something with a brain the size of a pencil eraser, it runs away. So we spent 2 days in absolute terror that we wouldn't get the turkeys.
So let me ask you, were you using, because I know I'm amazed by what you can do with an iPhone, and the camera is pretty astonishing. Yeah. Did they give you one of those like DJI like gimbals, handheld gimbals, so you can get a steady shot and all that stuff? Did you have soup to nuts on that?
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything. Boom mics, really professional sound system, you know, tripods, lighting equipment, dimmers, everything.
And so the instructions were there. So basically, it's a movie studio in a box.
Yes, but
you nailed it. You nailed it.
The point
is,
like
we said, it was initially very daunting, but it was explained so well. Okay. And like Marianne said, they made this DP and this sound guy available to us 8 hours each day, and we called them a handful of times, but it amazingly went pretty smoothly.
A greater appreciation now for the best boy and gaffer and key grip?
Oh, my God.
Oh, man, no kidding. Absolutely.
We totally do.
Well, you know, some of these things I love when a chance is. First off, I love short films, but I love when because it allows chances like this to be taken. Has this incited in you guys a sort of a hunger to continue on with this and perhaps do more chronicling and more short storytelling out of your own home with this movie studio in a box?
We shall see. We shall see, man.
We loved acting together. We hadn't acted together since before we were married.
Wow.
So this was fun to do scenes together. You know, we just never got the chance again after that to work together. So this was really fun.
Wasn't it Steven Soderbergh, I think, shot an entire movie on an iPhone? Like an actual
many people have
theatrical release. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah. So our only fear was, like I said, the turkeys, and we did have a moment of absolute. I was supposedly the sound guy. And after the first night, after working 14 hours, I looked at the sound and I said, oh, my God, Chris, has this been turned off all night?
Wow.
And then we realized, oh, yeah, after a 14-hour day, maybe I turned it off 10 minutes before and forgot I turned it off.
Oh, no.
No, that is, like, we know that very well. When you have somebody who comes into town and you're a celebrity or something, or you go out and do remote and you look at the piece of equipment that you brought with you and you look down and you realize it was never on.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, it's the worst. We've had that happen before. Listen, I know that we only have a short amount of time with you guys, and it's a crime because, Chris, there's so much stuff in your past that we'd love to talk to you about your films. How do we set up another time where we can spend a little more time talking to you? Both of you, but yes, absolutely.
I'll tell you what, I just finished up a pretty exciting film working with Miss, I think people are familiar with her, Miss Keira Knightley.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And this woman, this actress who has kind of headlined this limited series that's going on now called Gilded Age, Carrie Coon, and it concerns the two women journalists in the early 1960s who fought to do hard news, and they kind of uncovered the Robert DeSalvo Boston Strangler mystery.
Which is a fascinating...
So I just finished that a couple of weeks ago, and so when that comes around, maybe we'll talk again.
All right.
That would be awesome.
We have too much to talk about. Both
Yes.
you, Preston and I, this is probably, Marianne, it's not, you have such incredible stuff in your legacy, but we both happen to be fans of the Farrelly Brothers, the Three Stooges movie.
We love the Three Stooges movie.
And we are proud to admit it. And so,
Let me tell you something. It's really hard not to lose it when Larry David walks in a full nut.
Yes. Oh, it's the best. That is
And
the
then
best.
uses kind of a Jewish accent to say, look and Byron.
Oh, my
A
God.
loser right now.
Yeah.
And then you're having lunch with Larry and you're both dressed as nuns. It's really crazy.
You can't beat it. Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, it is called Within. It is now out on DVD and on demand. And I'm interested to see this. I mainly want to see your guys' segment and see how you did with all that equipment.
I want to see the turkeys.
Yeah, that too. I definitely want to see the shots of the turkeys. Thank you guys
Thank
for
you,
coming
guys.
on this
Thank
morning.
you.
We appreciate it. Chris Cooper and Marianne Leone. Oh, my God. They sound like so much fun.
Yeah.
They do. I hope we can get them through that Boston Strangler movie. I was definitely interested just from the get-go.
He is a guy, we could sit down, we could spend an hour easily just talking about not only his movies, but he seems like a real easy to talk to regular guy.
Well,
you know?
and he when he plays that kind of guy, and he's played all kinds of guys from deranged to. Again, I go to Seabiscuit. His character in it's a story of wounded people coming together. It's just it is a beautiful movie, and his performance is just fantastic.
There's a scene in the movie October Sky where the boys get into trouble.
Yeah.
and one of the guy's stepfathers is beating him.
Yeah.
And he comes over and grabs him and takes the kid away and gets in the car and tells him what a great man his dad was. I mean, like, I'm getting choked up. thinking about it. It's like I was lucky to know him. It's just he's such a powerful performer.
Yes, he did win the Oscar for adaptation. Did he
did.
not? Okay.
Yeah.
That was the one where I think I saw his acceptance speech, and I was like, I don't think I had watched
I want to
the
be an
movie.
actor.
Well, no, well, maybe.
Yeah.
Listen, people like him, they make it look so easy.
I know that's the gift, and you think it's easily replicated. It's not. They're born with it.
Yeah. So that was cool to be able to talk to those maniacal laugh. Maniacal laugh. Even Andy's he's in the freaking Muppets. So you gotta love that. All right, we got some time. We're gonna have Todd Fedoruk on in a little while. But this was an interesting and sad note. A gentleman by the name of Stephen Wilhite passed away, and he is the creator of the looping animated image format. And you may know it as the graphics interchange format, or GIF. I call it GIF, or GIF as he liked to call it. He's the guy that invented it, and he passed away.
Yes.
He died earlier this month.
How old is he?
He was 74 years old, and he died due to COVID. His wife, Kathleen, confirmed. He started as a former chief architect of America Online.
So obviously, the building block stages of all this stuff, he was there for it. I think Preston, I keep going back and forth. I always forget which is the proper way to pronounce it. But I guess it's GIF because of JPEG.
Well, but it stands for graphics interchange format.
Right.
But all I know is he said that he pronounces it with a soft G. He described it, he declared that pronounced with a soft G, like peanut butter brand GIF. Some still use the hard G when describing it, but that's how he liked to say it. But I'd say GIF because of graphics, and plus GIF. I don't know.
I know. I agree with you.
Peanut butter, GIF.
I'll tell you this. We talk about people who communicate in emojis. I find just as many people who are communicating these days in GIFs. I'm going to say GIF, goddammit.
I like using them.
Me too.
But I think it was Marissa or somebody had noted that it kind of ages you a little bit. It wasn't you, Marissa? Maybe I read that somewhere that you're kind of
an old fogey.
Old fogey for
sitting
using
there at
GIFs.
the computer writing code.
Huh.
But I love them. They're easy, and now they make it so easy on the iPhone. There's a real
the collection is good.
Simple way to grab it, Marissa.
Yeah, I want to stand behind you. I talk in GIFs all the time.
Okay.
And I think that every age does.
Oh, and it's so easy too, because you just you just type in whatever word or emotion you're trying to portray,
and there's 200 ready to go.
Exactly. Yeah.
So he began his career, Stephen Wilhite, at CompuServe. You remember that?
CompuServe.
First major commercial online service provider. In 1987, while at CompuServe, he created the graphics interchange format in order to compress images to make them accessible for early modem speeds.
Well, that was
all in 87.
Yeah.
Wow. Years later, it became social media's primary method of conveying emotion and mimetic communication. The GIF format has been used as a convenient way to show graphs, drawings, and simple animation.
That was the big issue early on, like a 28K, modem in those early days when you're dealing just with that structure. How do you get a picture? You remember how, to those who would occasionally view porn on the computer, you remember when you were waiting for a picture to come in fully, it would take a couple minutes. It was annoying.
I remember Monkey Boy.
Yeah,
who worked at Y100. He had a rule. He's like, you have to wait till it's loaded. Can't look at it. Can't look at it until it's finished. Cannot look at it because you could scroll down and see that only half of the picture is coming. He's like, no, can't do it till it's loaded.
There was a point maybe in like 99, 2000 where my dad finally installed a second phone line in our house because you couldn't make phone calls when you were online, right?
Yeah,
so like if anybody tried dialing in the house or Steve, if if I was online checking my AOL, my dad picked up the phone, he would hear that as well.
I was downloading a beaver shot.
We didn't have the internet at home for the longest time.
When did you get it? You remember the year?
No.
Okay.
No, because when I started working with you guys in '98, we didn't have it. 99.
We got it right away. And Steve, we had one of those old Apple computers.
Oh, right. Like an iMac?
Yeah.
One of the first iMacs?
Yeah. And I remember telling my mom, I was like, we need to get one of the other ones. Like this one is not this. I don't want this. Now,
did you get like the color that like they had these bright colors? Because before they had the ability to go online.
Yeah, they were like baby blue or orange. Yeah,
this was like regular color.
Okay.
All right.
AOL was my first experience in 1996. I think is when I first got online.
At AOL, you remember the browsers, Netscape, and all of those, Ask Jeeves.
Did I ever tell you guys? I did. So when I was I a junior? I think I was a junior in high school, and I did a report on the internet superhighway, which at the time, like I knew what the internet was, but I did the entire report not understanding that I was writing about the internet.
How'd you get? What grade did you get?
I did well because my mom always helped me with my homework. But and I remember like as I was presenting it, I'm like, oh my God, you're such an idiot. It's the internet.
By the way, in 2012, GIF was pronounced Word of the Year by the Oxford American Dictionary, thanks to its resurgence in popularity among bloggers, especially those on Tumblr and other sites.
So do all the words show up for a big ceremony?
All the words came. All over the,
Every single one.
Tuxedos, wearing a tuxedo.
Prodigious was there, like all the biggies. So in 2013, Will Hite went on to receive Lifetime Achievement Award at the 17th Annual Webby Awards for his invention and contribution into internet culture. Kathleen said that it was a wonderful moment in his life going to New York and winning that award, though she said they probably should have honored him a lot sooner. He retired in the early 2000s and spent time camping and traveling. He's survived by his wife, 4 stepchildren, a son, 11 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren.
Didn't Mark Cuban make his initial money on the Real Audio Player? Wasn't that his?
I don't know.
Talking about compressing audio files to send them. And
and that was what it was called, right? It was called Real Audio.
I think that's where it came. Remember, a Real Audio Player would pop up?
Yeah, and you had to have a separate player for that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Do you think we should honor this guy by calling it a GIF now? Or
he's dead.
GIF.
Oh, GIF. That's what I meant to say.
Yes.
I meant to say that. Yes. Do you think we should honor him by saying GIF?
No, I'm too set in calling it GIF.
I know.
There's a picture of it.
So, what?
Of the Real Audio Player. Do you remember that, Preston, on your computer?
I do.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think Cuban was behind it. I'm probably wrong, but at least I got that right.
Well, he was Cuban. Also worked for CompuServe, which is where this guy, the GIF guy,
they probably saw each other in the rec room.
And then he sold CompuServe, which was then a subsidiary of H&R Block, for only $6 million.
This is going nowhere.
Yeah, back in the 90s.
He sold what for $6 million?
CompuServe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. All right. Anyhow, fare thee well, sir.
This guy's.
We have a few, by the way. Quickly, there are a few Preston and Steve moments that are pop up as
As GIFs now, yeah,
GIFs?
yeah.
Right.
We Nick Murphy had been working on those for a while. Have we added more to our GIF library?
Marissa?
Yeah, they're available on Twitter or Giphy.
Yeah,
And our interns create all these. They actually pull them from the Daily Rushes. So if you ever have suggestions, send it over.
One of my favorites is when we did the press. We were doing. I think it was Double Dutch.
Yes.
And we were so happy. We started doing essentially Balky's Dance of Joy.
Oh, man. That was so much fun. Bill hated that segment so
Did he
bad.
really? Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. He thought it was stupid that we were trying to double dutch in the studio. And
I
we
don't
were-
get it.
We were having a blast doing
Yes.
that.
That's why
and
he
that's,
hated it.
That's one of the gifts, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
There's also a guy, we were doing the mouth spreader thing at, I believe it was at Keenan's.
Yes.
And the guy has his mouth, he's got glasses on, he's really funny, and he's got he's got his head going, he's nodding up and down. If you can find the mouth spreader one, because that one makes me laugh every single time.
This dancing is so
The
great.
dancing is good too, yeah.
Yep. So you can use the Preston and Steve gifts if you like.
I love it.
Check them out. I think I'm noticing things.
What?
I think I've
What?
segued into the
Notice you just slipped into the back door.
I
But
did.
he's here and ready to notice. He notices things so you don't have to.
This is a really...
Across an empty field. I'll let you go now.
All right, thank you. This is really cool. We from time to time will mention Yellowstone National Park. It's an incredible place. It's one of the most unique places in the world. And now the subterranean quote plumbing system,
yes,
of the geysers and hydrological features has been mapped out in stunning detail.
Oh.
And the findings could fill a major knowledge gap that experts have described as a mystery sandwich.
Well, those are delicious, by the way.
Yes.
But that whole concept that is basically just an enormous volcano, with all of that going on underneath, this is going to be interesting to look at.
Well, and the way that they did it is pretty incredible.
Camera on a mouse?
No. So it's the world's largest hydrothermal system. Contains around 10,000 hydrothermal features.
Wow.
Geysers, hot springs, mud pots, steam vents, all this stuff. So you can imagine underneath, it's got to be just this absolute labyrinth of tunnels and systems. How would they ever figure out how to do that? So the above ground features are fed by a network of underground water pathways that get superheated by underground magma, causing the water to rise to the surface. Researchers know very little about the network of the plumbing system. So the co-author of this, a guy named Steve Hallbrook, head of the Department of Geosciences at Virginia Tech University, said our knowledge of Yellowstone has long had a surface gap. Subsurface gap. He said it's like a mystery sandwich. You know a lot about the surface features from direct observation and a fair amount about the magmatic and tectonic systems several kilometers down from geophysical work, but we don't really know what's in the middle. So the subsurface water pathways show up clearly in resulting maps because water is... Oh, man, did I lose?
It's a ton of stuff, man.
Wait, I lost half of this freaking story about how they did this. Oh, man, they used this giant electromagnetic pulse, essentially, is what they did.
Wow. Okay, so yes, I've seen this process. It's pretty amazing.
How did they use it?
When they used it in Egypt, if it's the same system I'm thinking of, to kind of determine the tunnels and hidden corridors under like the Sphinx and under the pyramids, so it's like a surface thing that pumps this magnetic wave down, and they can get sort of an image that shows the tunnel system.
This was done from helicopters.
Then it's a different thing.
So they hang this coil essentially underneath this helicopter, and they flew back and forth for months and months.
This I'm unfamiliar with.
Hundreds of times. And they blasted down these electromagnetic pulses, and it would receive information back on the density and everything within there. And so water has a different density, magma has a different density, and they were able to tell where the main water systems were underground. Because water is better at conducting electricity than rock is. So the mapping technique could also differentiate between magma and bedrock because they have slightly different magnetic properties, and this allowed the team to see how the magma and water interact to create impressive geological features on the surface. So it gave them this way to map this water system underground.
Have you ever seen they've done it over in Hawaii where they will go and they will discover these dormant lava tubes, which are like large caverns where at some point lava was pumping through these things. And I mean, it is just a maze beyond maze.
They have them in Mount St. Helens as well, Steve.
Yes,
so it's not a national park in Mount St. Helens, but it's like a national historic area or whatever. But you can walk through some of those tubes.
Where lava flowed.
Exactly, yeah.
In Hawaii, you can also dive them.
No kidding.
As well. They're underwater, and you can go on lava tube dive trips.
Lava tube dive trips.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought you were going to say lavatube.com.
You can go to lavatube.com if you want
God,
to.
look at the opening.
Oh, no, you're thinking of lobster tube.
That's it.
Very different.
Okay, totally different thing.
Although there's probably diving stuff on there. Too.
Yes,
I would imagine of various sorts you can dive.
Yo, ever heard of jerkmate?
Okay. So
And we're back to porn.
So the method allowed the researchers to create high-resolution maps to a depth between 492 and 2,200 feet.
That's over 2,100 feet.
And low-resolution maps to a maximum of 1.5 miles. However, the researchers think that the hydrothermal system may extend as far as 3.1 miles below the surface, which means that they would have mapped only the top half of Yellowstone's plumbing system.
Think about that, 3 miles down.
Yeah.
How many populations of chuds do you discover?
In total, the team covered around 2,500 miles during their research flights. However, the technique was sensitive enough to pick up only the largest fluid pathways. They said it's like imaging a city's water supply and distribution lines, but not the individual lines feeding a given house or the difference in pipes between your kitchen and
So you're getting the
bathroom.
big stuff.
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
You're getting the arteries, not the veins.
So what they're saying, Kathy's probably wondering, big deal. Why do they need to know this
My neighbor's
information?
tree is blocking my view.
But many scientific disciplines should benefit for this. For example, microbiologists can investigate whether subsurface features influence the biodiversity of microbial life forms living in geysers and hot springs. Geologists will be able to map magma distribution to better understand past volcanic eruptions, and hydrologists will be able to learn about the differences between how hot and cold water flows underground.
Look at all that crap.
And researchers can also study how clay sediments block hydrothermal pathways that might lead to pressure buildups and explosions, which are, of course, a safety concern in Yellowstone.
You don't want that.
Pretty amazing. So now that they have this,
We should do that.
We should go do that. Let's map the underground waterways of the greater Bala Cynwyd area.
Sure. I'm sure it's fascinating.
All right. Anyhow,
It's been an abbreviated version of the noticer.
it has because
we have a guest.
We have a guest on the line, and he's ready to go. And we've had him on the program before. Super nice guy. Of course, you remember him for his years with the Flyers. And but he's on to talk about something a little bit more on the serious side. They're called New Life Centers. Please welcome Mr. Todd Fedoruk to the show. What's up, Fridge?
How you doing, guys? It's so good to check in with you guys.
You as well, sir. How are things? Have you been? You been good?
I've been good. Yeah, I've been busy. Obviously dealing with coming out of everything that's going on, but still grinding away. Things are going good. We're hoping the Flyers would have done a little bit better.
Yeah.
Big events happen. G's gone.
Yeah.
Miss him. We'll see you. Thanks for your time. Good luck.
Yeah, exactly. I heard somebody was pontificating the other day that you never know, he might make his way back around. Who the hell knows? You never know how the things work in this league, so we'll have to wait and see. But listen, I know, Todd, you wanted to talk something a little bit more on the serious side of things, and I mentioned New Life Centers. And can you tell us a little bit about what you want to talk about today?
Absolutely. Thanks for letting me come on and do this, guys. I think obviously it's an important issue for everybody, right? It's the opioid epidemic, and it's substance use, it's behavioral health, and it's smashing the stigma. You know, I've been fortunate enough to join Dr. Savan and Joe Albano, who actually founded New Life Medical Addiction Services about in 2018. And what they do is they provide an accessible means to get care for people with substance use disorder and behavioral health. And what I mean by that, it's in an outpatient setting. So in an outpatient setting, you can basically have detox at home.
Okay.
You know, a lot of the people on opioids, they aren't necessarily in life-threatening danger when they're detoxing. Dr. Savan and these guys kind of help with that and make it more accessible to a lot more people. So.
And obviously, this is important to you because you went through this. You had your addiction struggles brought on. You know, you talked about smashing the stigma brought on from, I assume, you know, the injuries, the pain, and so on that you suffered in your professional career, right?
Yeah, you know what? Everybody's lives are different, and the choices and paths that we take, you know, can lead down other ways. But yeah, I played hockey. I had those issues, and I was always a vocal guy. I was taught in Philly that you guys, the players and the athletes are the representatives of what it's supposed to be, what you're supposed to be as a physical specimen. So obviously dealing with these issues, I think we have a platform as professional athletes to really expand, I guess, the knowledge base that a lot of people suffer with these issues, and it's not necessarily to the point of full-blown addiction. There's mental health that's a critical crisis point, and yeah, I've got history with it as well. So I think that, and I didn't think I'd find myself in this type of industry at all, but you just kind of, you live a certain way, and I found myself with a doctor and a like-minded group of people that want to help people, and that's what we do over there. We try to change lives and make it a little bit better for people.
It's such a profound problem. It is not inaccurate to call it an epidemic. I think at one point during the height of the pandemic, I think you were 10 times as likely to die from an opioid overdose if you're in between ages 18 and 44 than you were of COVID. It's pernicious in that it knows no boundaries. It knows, and for as Preston was pointing out, it could be you had an injury or whatever led you down that path. But one thing we know is once you're down that path, you need help, and so you need skilled people to get you out, because it is possible, even though it looks really bleak right now. There is help out there.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it, and that's what we got to do is get a message out there that don't worry about you need help, because it does start exactly like that. We see hundreds of patients that come in. I had a surgery 4 years ago, and I got on these pills, and these are strong compounds. So don't be ashamed. Don't have guilt. It's okay. Get into these places. Come and see a physician. This is a medical procedure that needs to happen first before you can look at the behaviors and what may have caused it. But first, get the medical procedure, see a physician. Doctors of On, we do we have a big emphasis on the medical consult, the intake, the addiction consult, getting a full view of where that patient is at to see how we can administer the care, individual to each person.
Todd, obviously this affects a lot of different people in a lot of different ways, but for you, it sort of was born out of the sport that was your profession, right? You were a tough hockey player, you were a fighter, and I want to get your opinion on what it's like in the sport these days, right? Because we went to the game last week and we saw Zach McEwen get in a fight. It was one of the best fights I've seen in a while. McEwen might be the toughest guy they've had on the team for a stretch. It was fun and entertaining to see a fight, right? And he got in another one in Detroit the other night. And I think he got in two actually in Detroit the other night. So as a fan, it's still pretty damn cool to see fights happen at hockey games, but this sport itself has evolved over the years. So what's your take on fighting, and especially a guy like McEwen who can throw?
I actually like that they have that element here. I don't ever want to see that element go away. And I think that's something that might bring the fan base back here into Philadelphia, because I like them. I like the way you play. It's always going to be liked here. Yeah, you don't have to. You're preaching to the choir here with that one, but
everyone loved it. Yeah.
It's a violent game, and people get hurt, and you as an athlete, you're exposed to these drugs and these compounds a lot more. So having the ability to tell the story of coming out of those dark days and stuff, that's really what you got to plant the seeds of hope in people, and that's what it's about. But Zach McEwen, now I'm sure his paws are a little sore today.
Hey, you know what? Going back to New Life Centers for a moment, and I'm reading a little bit of information about it, and it says here, our providers are licensed to provide medically assisted treatment to assist New Life patients in comfortably detoxing from alcohol, opioids, with our medical staff during the day, and sleep at home. I think people are scared of maybe checking into a place, going away, and this can help out with that. And the fact that alcohol detox is something that you really don't want to tackle on your own, because it can get worse than you think that it can if you're not being assisted.
Yeah, exactly. So and I'm not a doctor. I've just experienced this, but alcohol and benzos, everybody knows those are the compounds that can actually kill you from the withdrawal. So you do need medical attention, and if you're feeling that shake and stuff, you got to go see a doc.
So newlifecenters.com to get the information. Absolutely. We'll send people in that direction.
Yeah. And the number 2, call Don and JoJo, 856-942-3700. call now. Why not start today? It's a
Right
rainy
now.
day. Come in and see us.
All right. All right. Excellent. By the way, when you say us, do you mean the guinea pigs that are there in the room with you? Or?
Joey Kosher and Bob Probert?
You name one Bob Probert?
Yes. King Probert is over here.
Oh my God.
He's eating right now. And then Joey Kosher, his line mates on the other side. Yeah.
I love that.
They are line mates. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Are those your personal pets or?
Oh my God, they were my therapy pets going through COVID when I was their whole world. I got to take care of them. So
that's great.
Honestly, they were helpful to me, man.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I love them.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, Todd, man, great to talk to you, sharing some information that a lot of people could use, and we appreciate it, and we hope you're doing well, and we'll talk again soon. All right, man?
Thanks, guys. Hey, one last thing.
Yep.
Shout outs.
Yeah. For who?
All right.
I want to do it for the team. My teammates, my two new teammates, they're all listening right now. Joe Savon, Joel Abana, Krista Hill, Ryan McGuckin, Vinny Blackman, Jacqueline Marone, Joanne Urbany, Lorraine Laporte, I like to call her Beyonce, Valerie Klein, Allison Laberte, Dawn McCormick, and Joanna Garcia, our front-end admissions team. Those two gals are the best.
There we go. Got them all.
Shout outs all around.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, thanks, Fridge. Good to talk to you. Todd Fedoruk. Oh, my God. He is awesome, man. I love it.
He's so much fun.
All right, we need to take a break. When we come back, we got some bizarre file stories I think that you will like. Make sure you stay with us because we'll be back in just a moment.
I believe they've been made aware that it's the 50th birthday, but I don't know if they're planning on saying anything.
I don't know. There could be something from the stage, possibly.
May I recommend something?
Yes.
Put like a coil of speaker wire over your shoulder, put your hair in a ponytail, hold a Guinness, and pretend you're a roadie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Because, but again,
I
you're
cannot
right.
affect an Irish accent like you can.
Well, just pretend you could, in fact, make it a horrible one.
Okay.
You know?
Oh, goshly.
Gosh.
Did you just say, oh, Gershly? The hell does that mean? This man's an imposter. Don't just tackle him, shoot him.
Oh, Garshly Bob Bono. I've got.
My name is not Bob Bono.
I've got to tie me shoe.
Bob Bono.
Bob Bono. I remember you back when you were playing the clubs, don't you know?
Don't you know? Potatoes. Potatoes and leprechauns, right?
And
Am I right?
Oh,
Mr. Bono just goes, he's one of us. Potatoes and leprechauns, am I right?
Wow.
Shillelaghs, right, guys?
Shillelaghs, potatoes, and leprechauns. Right, everybody?
I love this text from somebody that says, I think you two just canceled. Case, we got to get you on one of those water jet packs.
Oh my
God, I would love that.
We've got to get you on that. So I know they do.
Where's the closest one?
They've got them down there somewhere.
AC they do.
We talked about it last year or the year before, and people said that they are available in certain spots. Very, very expensive to rent. But
Are they?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't know if that's the case or
Maybe
not.
we get a knockoff one.
A knockoff jetpack. But I personally would love to go on one of those things. But I'm dying to see you on one.
You see the dudes who are able to flip down and go underwater and dive it down and come back up?
Since they've had those out now for several years, there's people that have mastered them, and they can do all kinds of spinny, wild, crazy things in the air and then dive down in and back up.
I'm afraid that I would jetpack myself right down into the water and not be able to right myself, and then just
go down to the bottom and stay there.
Yes, just continue to thrust myself.
We're watching video footage. They now have them where you can strap them on your feet.
Yeah. It's basically just a board.
That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I wouldn't do that one. I would not do that one.
Killed on these.
Casey, who would be more?
Just screaming down to the ocean floor.
Where's Daddy? Any kids? Anybody see Daddy?
Please welcome Lil Rel Howery to the show.
What up? What
This
up?
morning, Rel.
I'm excited. Thanks for having me.
You bet, man. Thanks for coming in. For those who may not be familiar with you, you've had so many great awesome roles, and you won the MTV Movie Award for Best Comedic Performance in the movie Get Out. That had to have been a nice little feather in the cap, getting an award for that.
Yeah, it's actually really dope, because also last night, my friend Tiffany Haddish received the same award.
Yeah.
Yes.
We just took it. I told her this morning, back-to-back years.
And she's in Uncle Drew.
Yeah, she's in Uncle Drew also, which is such a fun movie, man, we did.
So explain for people who are familiar, they may have seen the commercials. There were the commercials were featuring the character of Uncle Drew. Explain what Uncle Drew is about.
So it started from, so people don't know this, Kyrie came up with Uncle Drew, and
He created it?
It's based on his dad. 'Cause
Wow.
His dad still plays basketball. So he basically created this he's better as an older version of his dad, but his dad still plays all the time. Just this older guy who's on the court still balling dudes.
Yeah. So it was him who came up with the idea this guy who sort of schools some street ballers.
And the first time he did, I think we always forget. So they did it in Chicago first, and nobody knew who it was. So it was actually a real court, real game. He showed up in the old man stuff, balled everybody out. I didn't even know it was Kyrie until maybe like the fourth commercial.
Yeah, because it was hard. The makeup was done, first off, very well. You could obviously see body-wise, the guy, it would have been an exemplary shape. But the facial makeup was very well done.
It was very well done. That's what was so amazing about the movie, with all the prosthetics, with all the players.
Yeah.
I'm almost forgot how everybody looked in real life.
Did you?
Because they'll be in there for 5 hours. So when I show up on set, they already old. And when I left, they were still old. So I literally forgot how everybody looked until Kyrie did that press conference when he went to the Celtics. And I was like, oh. That's your face.
Well, in the movie, so you have a team, and you have your adversary is Nick Kroll, which is borderline science fiction that he's got, but I got it. So he's your adversary because he plays a good prick. So you guys are playing off against each other. He sort of steals he just crushes you. He's your adversary.
Yeah, he's destroyed my life in different times.
So that spurs you on to
have to find somebody to help me, and that's when I heard about Uncle Drew from different people, like the guys at the barbershop tell me about him, but I've never seen him.
It's a stuff of legend, but you figure you'll explore it.
Like, come on, whatever. So it was like when Dax, his name, my character, discovers Drew, was really by mistake. It was after I couldn't find any new players to play on my team. Went around all these different playgrounds, and I just happened to be at a playground and see Drew take on this dude one-on-one. That's when I approached him.
And so what his one deal is, he'll do it, but he has to be able to pick his own teammates.
Right, that's where the story gets hilarious and fun. That it's taking this road trip to pick up all these other old dudes.
And you're getting older versions of these great players.
Shaq and Reggie Miller.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Preston mentioned Get Out.
Yeah.
We had Jordan Peele in, I guess he was still working on Get Out. He was in promoting, I think it was Keanu.
Yeah.
And it became clear as we were talking that he was just a huge horror fan in this whole thing. And he was simultaneously sort of excited but nervous about what Get Out would be. None of you could have seen how this would take off the way it did.
No, I mean, when we did it, it was one of those things where, like, either this is going to do well or it's not, right? And it wasn't a big budget, so we all did do it because we love Jordan Peele, and I just love the script. Once the trailer came out and then we went to reshoot the ending, I'm like, oh, I think this is going to do good.
What was your first indication? Was it the
trailer.
The trailer.
It was the trailer.
Yeah,
the way when my family started calling me, like, we can't wait to see this. I'm like, oh, this is a thing.
Yeah.
Why did you reshoot the ending?
Well, I wanted to ask about that, too, because I watched both endings, and we don't want to betray what happens at the end of the movie.
Wait, I didn't know there's two.
It's on the disc.
On the disc.
You get it on.
You can see the original.
They actually got it on YouTube, too. I mean, the original ending.
Which one did you like better before you go into the story about that?
I appreciate the original because it was real.
Yep.
But then also I knew as a fan of movies, we just needed a hero, man.
Yeah, it needed to have a more satisfying ending. I know what you mean.
People would have left the theater with different energy if we would have kept. Because when I saw the first cut, it was with the original ending, and I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was.
But you know what? Because he's a. I mean here's the difference. Horror, and they'll say horror comedy. I like my horror. You can have some comedy, and you provide the comedy.
But you know what made it work, though? Because Jordan wrote it real.
He wrote it real. Yes, you can tell.
All I was the audience that watched the movie.
And that's why it works. When they try to over-yuck it up, that's when they screw it up, because that would have undermined what is really a brilliant horror movie. that works on multiple levels.
Yeah. And what was masterfully done was that the trailer thought you were getting into one thing and the movie got you into something else. And you're like, whoa. That's hard to pull off.
How much of your character of the... First off, do you ever have to go through TSA ever now?
So I'll tell you something funny about that. They show love when I showed them. Oh man, we appreciate you, but you still got to take your shoes off. So I still get no real love. I still got to do everything. They still do it. Like they take their job more seriously now, which is crazy. Like,
well, you give them a sense of pride. Was there any on-set ad-libbing because you seem so natural? Your simultaneous pride and condemnation of him for going in the first place.
So the funny thing about it is, I thought I was saying stuff that was scripted, and then we did a panel, and Jordan was like, nah, this is you just saying stuff.
Wow, that's great.
But he let me do that. He'll have, like, we'll do the takes where I do everything scripted, and I do a real take. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, if anyone's going to appreciate comedic ability.
It's Jordan. Yeah, that's why he's a great director.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, talking about being on the set and improving lines, and we have Adam McKay as a friend of the show, and he says he'll laugh when someone's riffing on set and doing the deal, and that actually encourages the actors. You as a performer, when you're doing something, do you like to hear response, or does it throw you off? Because technically, you're not supposed to be hearing someone laughing, but how does it work?
Well, that's the thing. It depends on what it is. Like, so if it's, for instance, like, it's not I'm trying to plug this, but I got a show on Fox this year called Real, a sitcom.
Yes.
I like a live studio audience because I like to hear it right away. It's easy to write to that. I give you a perfect example of not that environment is doing Get Out. I kept trying to make Daniel, who played, I just wanted to make him laugh. Like, he had to be sad. So I'm like saying all this crazy. That's why when you see those outtakes of me doing it, it's me trying to make him laugh, trying to break him. So, like,
awesome.
They'll yell cut, and we have to give him 2 minutes to just laugh.
Yeah.
Because he's so good. He was just, I'm like, I got to break this dude. But he was such a really good actor, man.
Guys, let's give it up for Lil Rel Howery.
Thank you for having me.
So I'm 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Oh.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath, full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So, so you're saying the nakedness though drops dramatically after like 3rd or 4th season?
Yeah, it's still there, but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yep.
She got just a wonderful beaver.
Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver. She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time.
Wow.
Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys.
What?
something.
Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone,
jot that down.
Okay.
Jot that
I'm
down.
writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pick.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian Smith came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay. It's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But do you know? We don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
and as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for.
And paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh, my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Julie Handjob. Forgive me, Julie Handy. Forgive me, Julie Blumpkin. Forgive me, Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh, my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh.
Wow.
You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was
All right,
called
and
jerk
it is
off
brought to you by Jersey
all
Mike's and their Day of Giving. It is your time to shine for the participants of the Special Olympics USA Games. You can grab a sub on Wednesday, March 30th. and all sales will be donated to the games. Jersey Mike's B, a sub above. Well, with this is a pretty miraculous story. With the tendrils of a killer tornado bearing down on her family through the darkness, Dia Castellanos heard the rain and wind outside as she sat on her living room couch. Her daughter, who has muscular dystrophy, was in another room. And the next thing you know, Castellanos had experienced as the entire house began spinning, like the home.
Like Wizard of Oz.
Like Wizard of Oz. Wow. Castellanos said that she could feel the house whip through a full rotation.
Jeez.
And she wound up in a bedroom, tossed about 30 feet from its lot. The one-story house crashed down in the middle of a street. The seconds became a blur. Within moments, neighbors saw the girl's parents climbing out of the wreckage, calling frantically for help. The daughter was still in her bedroom inside the rubble, calling for her mom. They were screaming. His wife was hysterical, a neighbor had said. And firefighters quickly arrived. They carried the daughter out in a blanket. An ambulance took the girl to the hospital. She was operated on overnight. St. Bernard Parish President Guy McInnes said that the hospitalized girl was, quote, doing fine. So let's hope everything's going to be okay. Yeah. Friends and relatives helped Castellanos clean out what belongings could be saved from the shattered home, like clothes and mementos, on Wednesday. So, wow. The whole house picked up, moved 30 feet, plopped down, and, ransacked pretty bad. This is pretty cool. A buck whose antler got tangled in a net in Berks County was recently freed with a little ingenuity by a Pennsylvania Game Commission warden and perfectly aimed shot from his long gun. That's him just as he's pulling the trigger. He's screaming. Rattlers! Yeah. The Game Commission shared photos of the deer's rescue on Facebook on Monday. The exact time and location where the incident occurred were not disclosed. One of the photos captures the incredible moment when the blast fired by the warden struck the deer's antler, saving it. Rattlers! Officials learned...
That's the deer.
Officials learned about the buck after someone reported that it appeared to be stuck.
I'm going to get that thing off your antlers. Rattlers! I'm coming for you.
Warden Ryan Zawada was called to the scene to assist the animal. He said, given the deer's state of distress upon arrival, he was...
You can hear how upset it is.
He was nervous.
It's not even making sense.
That chemical immobilization was not a safe option to remove the deer from the net. He decided the best option was to shoot the caught antler off. After the shot, one antler lighter, the buck ran off unharmed.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I feel so bad when you see animals like that are trapped in some sort of garbage or something that people left behind, trying to extricate themselves.
Bucks shed their antlers each year, typically between January and April after mating season concludes and their testosterone levels drop. My son and I found one the other day, fully intact.
A huge one?
Really cool.
Oh, wow.
3 points on it. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I have it at home. I'm letting it sit out there for a while in case there's anything on it,
Any disease or COVID.
Yeah, it's in my garage.
Yeah.
So the antlers fall from the pedicles. I'd never heard that term before, where they are mounted.
Is there nuts?
That's testicles.
Oh.
And mounted on the growth process.
Not a zoologist.
And the growth process begins anew with more elaborate structures and points as the buck ages. Now, the buck's appearance suggested it was a relatively young animal.
Right.
And as impressive as Zawada's shot was, there are a number of videos online showing even dicier situations that can occur when two bucks get their antlers entangled.
It does happen.
During clashes, and in those cases, one or both of the bucks will often die unless something is done to help. So, but they helped this guy out with one shot. Thought that was pretty cool. A man broke into a Speedway convenience store in Wisconsin on Friday around 4 a.m. by breaking the glass front door with a crowbar. The man, wearing all black, tried to get to the cash register, but he couldn't get through the bulletproof glass. So he took a large garbage bin from the business and filled it with candy and 5-hour energy drinks and then left the business.
Got it.
Yeah. So, couldn't get money.
Call our contact in Zurich.
But he took all the candy.
Did you get the Kit Kat bars?
And energy drinks. About a half hour later, an alarm sounded at another business, and a broken window was discovered there. Both incidents may have been the same suspect.
George Clooney and Brad Pitt walking along with their Zag nuts. We did it.
Really cool music playing in the background and everything.
Look at the candy we got.
Yeah, they've pulled it off.
Yeah.
Haven't been busted. It was.
Why are you so amped? 5-hour energy drink, bro. Sag nuts, peppermint patties, baby Ruths, Kit Kats. Got them all.
And I think this is Music Promotions 11, by the way. Yeah. All right. Let's see. What else we have here? The sweepstakes scam is going strong these days.
Yeah.
A Toledo couple has already lost thousands to one. If someone calls you out of nowhere and tells you that you've won a contest you didn't enter, that's something you don't want to mess with. Bruce and Magdalena Greenfield recently won a $2 million jackpot. At least they thought they did. Bruce said it was a Mega Millions or some kind of lottery business. And he said it was a lottery they hadn't played, but with mounting medical bills, they thought it was a big break. He said, we don't really want to get into gambling, but desperation led us into it.
You know that lottery you didn't play? You won $1 kajillion.
The supposed lottery company first needed $500 for fees. The couple deposited the money into a bank account, and then it was $200 for this, $300 for that.
It's horrible.
Until the amount got well into the thousands. Bruce said they were saying something like it was for delivery charges or some expense that sounded fairly reasonable.
And they had serious issues going on.
Nearly 2 years later, they found that there was no jackpot. They're out thousands of dollars, and what they thought was a big break turned out to be a big bust. No real lottery will ask for payment up front. The crooks tried every trick in the book, even offering a refund for the fee. The Greenfields hope that you can learn from them. Remember, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.
I just delete. I don't recognize something, I delete it. I get a call, no. Listen, if it's that important, they'll take the steps that will let you know it's that important.
But I've had a few stories, though, of people who have ignored things, and it turned out they did actually win something. But like you said, they were following up. They were making sure, and eventually it was legitimate. But yeah.
You'll get a certified piece of mail or something.
Yeah, and especially if they ask for something.
Right.
If they ask for any personal information, if they ask for money, gift cards, for crying out loud, forget it.
I signed my friend up to win a Hummer H2.
That's right.
You mentioned this, and he won, right?
Yeah, he did.
And they were contacting him, and he believed you were scamming him.
Well, he never signed up for it. I signed him up for it.
Oh, my God.
He signed him up for it, unbeknownst to him.
Yeah.
And he passed on it. He
got the phone call. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, who wouldn't?
I know.
Right.
I know.
I would have absolutely thought it was a scam.
Yeah. Wow. All right, and that is the Bizarre File for you. All right, let's take a break. Just a reminder, March Madness coming up. We're going to hit some of the matchups in music news, which we will get to when we return, as well as the trash and the lesson question. So make sure that you don't miss any of this. We'll be right back. Been a nickname at some point, or a friend.
Julie Jerkoff.
Yeah.
Or
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie oh my God, I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had jerk off as a I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
and then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the jerk off for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. Jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie
Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The
I know.
woman reading the names.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the Jerkoff way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh, my God.
But there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
There'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It actually it made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, I mean, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize.
I love you.
Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. Like, I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, man.
It's where he lives. It's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what it says. As you pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back, we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, well, I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think it's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick, I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking, you're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
So.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse the Planners. Thank you for tuning into This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ.
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
Now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of him with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This is where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
it's got a transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say this.
This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Oh, that's it. That's the dilemma. Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's up.
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
It's
This is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. You know, it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity.
Yeah.
The absolute robbing of human beings preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I am surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
Yeah. You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face
Absolutely.
with all your might.
I don't know. I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't mind
This
riding
is
along.
my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe that the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
Yeah.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how.
That is not very
That's
religious.
akin to saying "open sesame." When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you that jet door opened right.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in... So trying to turn them into something that they didn't want to be, and that's why
they
kind of resisted it a little bit.
Didn't we talk about like greatest first tracks on first records at one point? Maybe there was a list that we
Maybe.
found or whatever, but I'm pretty sure that this one made that list because, yeah, it's that song
Yes.
on their first record.
So the first album, and listen to this track listing, Running with the Devil, straight into Eruption, which, by the way, nobody at that time had ever heard anything like that at all. And that goes into You Really Got Me, Ain't Talking About Love, and I'm the One. What a great song. And then side 2 is Jamie's Crying, Atomic Punk. That's a great song. Feel Your Love Tonight, Little Dreamer, Ice Cream Man, which is another, you just can't believe the guitar solo on that one. And then On Fire. That is a badass album. Wow. And that's why Van Halen had no problem moving ahead in their first face-off in March Madness. But you know what? I'll go through some of the details on that in a little bit when we get into music news, because we're going to ask a lesson question first, and we're going to give away a 4-pack of tickets to the Bevy Long Drink Party Zone as the Wings play the Bandits on Thursday, March 31st, 1 week from today. So the question, speaking of Gene Simmons, what do the letters in the SCAT team mean? The SCAT team, all right? It's not SWAT, it's SCAT. And that was from earlier this morning. And if you remember what that was, then you should call now, 215-263-WMMR. What are the letters in the SCAT team mean? We'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Hi, it's brought to you by Rita's Water Ice. The wait is over. Rita's is now open and serving up all your favorite frozen treats. You can stop by for some happiness with a delicious Italian ice or creamy frozen custard. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Kelly Clarkson clarifying her recent name change, saying she actually just readopted her original name after her divorce. Kelly says she's finally back to being Kelly King Kong Bundy Clarkson.
Oh, my God.
A plane Miley Cyrus was traveling on over Paraguay was struck by lightning, forcing it to make an emergency landing. The National Transportation Safety Board will be investigating the incident to determine if God hates Miley Cyrus. And finally, people still talking about Halsey's Barely There outfit at the 2022 iHeartRadio Music Awards Tuesday night. The outfit was so revealing that Halsey received a text from her gynecologist watching from home telling her she can skip her upcoming checkup. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will see if we can get an answer to the question, what do the letters in SCAT, SCAT team, mean? And we are going to go to Mark, see if we can get the correct answer. Hey, Mark, morning to you, sir.
Hey, good morning, guys.
All right, buddy. So what do the letters in the SCAT team mean?
Special chickens and tactics.
You are correct. You got it. Special chickens and tactics. All right, so we are going to set you up, sir, with a 4-pack of tickets in the Bevy Long Drink Party Zone when the Philadelphia Wings face off against the Buffalo Bandits. And that's going to be on Thursday, March 31st. And you can enjoy discount drinks, lawn games, and giveaways in the Party Zone while standing at turf level. And it's just feet away from the action. Tickets for the Party Zone are $27 and available only at wingslax.com. Let's get to music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Natural Lawn of America. Safer for your lawn, kids, and pets. You can schedule their full service program and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. I'm going to start off with a pretty amazing story. An ALS patient with complete paralysis became the first person known to, in his condition, to use a brain implant to communicate. and one of the first things he asked for was to hear a Tool album. Yep. And it's a sad story, unfortunately. But scientists were able to communicate with the late-stage ALS patient using a brain implant that allows him to select letters and form sentences. The neurological disease destroys the nerves that control movement. It's vicious. And most patients die within 5 years of diagnosis. When a person with ALS can no longer speak, they can use an eye-tracking camera to select letters on a screen. And the patient in question, who is now 36, began working with researchers on a team at the University of Tübingen in 2018. At the time, he could still move his eyes and told the team that he wanted an invasive implant to try to maintain communication with his family, including his young son. His wife and sister provided written consent for the surgery. So this was pretty
experimental.
Yeah, very much so. So since then, he lost complete facial movement. I mean, he's frozen.
Yeah.
Making him the first known patient to communicate with complete paralysis of his entire body. Initially, progress with the communicating via implant was slow, but eventually the patient was able to form dozens of sentences at a rate of about 1 character per minute. That's how long it would take to get one letter, all right? And he had said goulash soup and sweet pea soup. He also said, I would like to listen to the album by Tool loud. And also, I love my cool son. The researchers succeeded by sending audible neurofeedback tones that the patient could then modify to reach a target pitch by using the implant to answer yes or no to groups of letters and eventually single letters. He was able to explain to the team that he modulated the tone by trying to move his eyes, but did not always succeed. On 107 of the 135 days reported in the study, he could match a series of target tones with 80% accuracy, and only on 44 of those 107 could he produce an intelligible sentence, according to Science.org's report. Sadly, the WIS Center scientists conducting the research said the patient's ability to spell is decreased, and he now mostly answers yes or no questions, partly due to scar tissue around the implant. The research team has committed to maintaining the device as long as he continues to use it. Going by the timing of the study, it could very well be that the patient was asking to hear Tool's 2019 album Fear Inoculum. It's pretty amazing, and it's and even though they're having trouble with it, this is a big step forward in being able to take another step and hopefully being able to create something
to stop it.
Well, this is just to be able to communicate.
I know.
I mean, they're working in other realms to try and cure this disease, which would be amazing if they could do that. But in the meantime, they want to be able to keep communication with people who've lost the ability to move at all.
Right.
But so wild that this guy has, he's only got so much ability to communicate, and music and Tool was so important to him that he wanted to pass that along. And I haven't heard any comments yet from Maynard or anybody else in the band.
We will.
But I'm curious as to what they would have to say about it. Liam Gallagher says that, excluding himself, the majority of rock stars are useless. And that includes you, too. He shared these sentiments recently with Loudwire Nights host Tony Gonzalez, explaining the ones that think they're rock stars are not. He said they just live a very boring effing life. I think rock and roll deserves a little bit more than just making music. You know what I mean? You got to get out there and get yourself, you just got to get out and live an exciting life. So his comments were initially triggered by an interview from Dave Grohl that he did with NME, calling Gallagher one of the few last remaining rock stars. And a fan shared Grohl's message with Gallagher on Twitter, to which Gallagher replied, "He's correct. The rest of them are useless." And he specifically name-checked U2, saying, it's like U2. They passed themselves as a rock and roll band, but what the? He says, come on, man. I've never seen effing Bono. I mean, I've never seen any of them do anything remotely rock and roll. He explained that they should have gotten into a bit more naughty stuff in order to call themselves a rock and roll band. So he thinks the hard partying,
you got to live the
that
life,
whole thing, which is kind of come and gone a long time ago.
This is entertaining, though. I'm enjoying it.
I know. So that's what he has to say about that. 30 Seconds to Mars will be releasing new music momentarily. According to lead singer Jared Leto, he recently said that as challenging as lockdown was for so many people around the world and devastating for so many, there was a flip side to it. It was a blessing. And I sat down and started writing. It took me a month or two to get into the swing of things, but wrote about 200 songs. And we have maybe 2 albums, maybe 3 worth of material. That's crazy.
We got about 5 good songs.
Yeah. Last year, he said that listening to Italian hits of the 70s and 80s while filming House of Gucci had created a well of inspiration for new material.
Even though he's Canadian, Gino Vanelli is Italian. He's probably listening to a lot of Gino Vanelli.
Upcoming 6th studio album will follow 2018's America. I have something about Gino Vanelli's biggest fan here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
And Red Hot Chili Peppers teased their new single, Not the One. The song, which is off of their upcoming album, Unlimited Love, is due out on April 1st. Meanwhile, the band opened up about Unlimited Love, saying, "Our only goal is to get lost in the music. We," meaning John, Anthony, Chad, and Flea, "spent thousands of hours collectively and individually honing our craft and showing up for one another to make the best album we could. Our antennae attuned to the divine cosmos. We were just so damn grateful for the opportunity to be in a room together and once again try to get better." So they're feeling good about what they have done.
And they hope we are too.
Yes.
There we go.
The great Gino. Zero context whatsoever.
Yeah.
He will send me a picture of someone I don't know with no text attached to it to explain why
I
or
got
who.
one last night.
And it's fine. I don't mind. Send me something to someone I don't know, but explain to me who that is and what this is about. And he sent me a screenshot of an event.
Yeah.
It's written very tiny. I don't know what it is. And Casey.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
So Friday night, tomorrow night, Tapers Alert, LOL. DVR Alert, watch Jackie Bam Bam make a special guest appearance on WHYY TV at 7:30 p.m. Do not miss. You ought to know, on location at 93.3 WMMR, and he is honored to be part of a cool special segment for a good friend of his and his dad's. Please tune in, and thank you to Lisa White Gray.
Okay,
and so it's
tomorrow at 7:30. He's going to be on WHYY.
Yeah, You Ought to Know is a show. The only reason I know about it is because I was on it. Good friend of mine hosts it, Shirley Min. And then I guess one of the reporters for the show came in and talked to Jackie.
All right.
They were here at the station.
All right. So tomorrow night, 7:30, HYY, Jackie Bam Bam on your TV screen. There you go. All right. And then finally, March Madness continues today. Let me give you the matchups and winners and losers from yesterday. Okay, so Lincoln Park beat Incubus. Rush took out Stevie Ray Vaughan. Sublime beat Smashing Pumpkins.
Interesting.
And that was us. We had pumpkins, Steve.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
And I listen, this is what this whole thing is about.
Sure. The Who beat CSNY. Tool took out Nickelback. Iron Maiden beat Joan Jett. Pearl Jam beat Megadeth. And the Rolling Stones, Steve and I had Santana. They beat us. But we did have Pearl Jam.
Yes,
so that's
not bad.
That's a wonderful one. Now, matchups for today, beginning at noon. The Pretty Reckless against the Struts. Both bands have a strong fandom here in Philadelphia, and especially at WMMR. They're kind of our darling bands, a couple of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm curious as to how that'll play out. Then you have two old schools, Judas Priest and the Police, going off against each other. Then at 2 p.m. is Nirvana against 311. 70s bracket at 3 p.m. This will be interesting. Pierre's Grateful Dead, Preston and Steve's Fleetwood Mac. Who's it going to be there?
I know the way it's probably going to break, but I wouldn't mind an upset.
Probably Grateful Dead, but I don't know, man. We'll have to see. And then at 4 o'clock, Foo Fighters against Evanescence. Van Halen against Def Leppard at 5. Then this really interesting matchup at 6 p.m., Chris Cornell and Soundgarden and Audio Slave.
The whole body of work.
Going up against Stone Temple Pilots. And we have Stone Temple Pilots.
Yeah.
And that's against Jackie and Brent. So we'll see how that fares. And then the one that I'm very happy about that we have in our roster at 7 p.m., Queen, who's a Preston and Steve band, takes against the Kinks, which Pierre and Pancake have.
Strong competition.
Yeah. Battle Royale. And it's all up to you. You get to make that decision. You get to vote. Details at WMMR.com. The whole thing is sponsored by Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, City. So, yep, let's get it going. Deech.
Eric Simon and the guys in promotions update the bracket as they go along, which is cool on WMMR.com. And if you follow along on Twitter, you can get the percentages of Queen beating whomever, Queen beating the Kinks by 72% to 28% or whatever. So just follow along on social media, check the website, and you'll get the updates.
Fabulous. With that, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, wrap up the show, and get our letter of the day, and we'll do that shortly. Stay with us.
You're talking about
as well.
Sullyerna.
So they always is Sullyerna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sullyerna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
and
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching it
Stop.
out.
Your plot is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you can
I just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2 on Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before?
Yeah.
Never mind. Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
Over
the ear,
over your ear.
Yeah,
You're fine.
They're good. Honestly,
listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
maybe you should let Steve stretch them out for you.
Yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
we had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just going to bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny.
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him as a keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice. She almost
fell on her ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny.
She packs a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, how long has time passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
Yeah. That's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
He's
all right.
He's
I'll
at
look
least
it up.
20. At least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keep playing that clip over and over until I get this, Steve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh, my God. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old.
There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the day.
There we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay. I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney. Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. You're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner.
Yes.
Has 6 kids, but.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlyn, huh? Thought you'd be bigger. I mean, no cooler.
But she.
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh, my God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
Fish music was playing when they were coming out?
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh. You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little... What is this from, though?
It's a spoof.
It's a
spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. It is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla lookalike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
you know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it.
I knew it. It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swardson.
Yeah, everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. you nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong friendship.
It was just a lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
Actually, this goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand-up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to
they'll come to my show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand-up."
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I've been doing
His
like
program,
22 years.
an
which is
enjoyable
insane.
one at that. And I would like to thank our guest. It was really great having married couple on, actor Chris Cooper and his wife, actress Marianne Leone.
Yeah.
They were a lot of fun. They were in a great mood.
We got to get him.
Yes.
We got to get him back on.
Chris Cooper's career is just so dense of just great stuff throughout the years that he's been a part of. But they had this interesting project. I'd like to see it. It's called Within, and it's a series of stars that were sent equipment to film a short vignette at home and to string them all together in the pandemic. And they all wrote and filmed their own things. And so it's on video on demand now. You can get it on DVD as well as from Vision Films, and it's called With, and then it's /in, with/in. So that was cool. And Todd Fedoruk was on. The Fridge chatted with us a bit about New Life Medical Addiction Services, which he's a part of, and he has history. He had an opioid addiction. And I think he said alcohol and benzos. That was him and could have killed him.
Yeah.
And a lot of that comes from the injuries that he had, and he's helping to kind of kill the stigma of addiction and get help to people who, rather than shun them, help them. And so really cool call from him, and he's such a nice guy. He's a lot of fun, too, so it was good to have Todd Fedoruk on. Pierre Robert is here. How you doing, man?
He had pets of some kind, right?
Yeah.
Guinea pigs.
Bob Probert, the guinea pig.
It was a Zoom call, so you could see these guinea pigs.
That's correct.
Wow.
And so I asked him about him, and he was delighted to tell us about his guinea pigs.
Well, the good thing about the Zoom aspect is, like, you can see things in the background. I had Wolfgang Van Halen, and he had his Van Halen guitar in the background, and I was able to see it, and we talked about it. When you guys had, was it
Dave Navarro on,
Dave
talking
Navarro,
about cuckoo clocks?
Clocks,
Yep.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. It's fun.
It is great. So we had a good time. How are you doing?
I'm fine. It's a little nippy out there.
Today's not a good day.
Yeah, March, she is a tricky gal.
Yeah.
Tricky beast, because she will tempt you and then torture you.
Yes.
She's a fickle lady.
She is a
tempestuous
finger of fate.
That's Ronan Martin.
Ronan
but
Martin's
I remember
laughing. You would know it, Steve. God bless you.
Because I'm a
I know it.
thousand. Oh, you do too?
Do you
Of
do?
course.
Wow.
The Flying Fickle Finger of Fate Award.
And that's the truth.
You kids are swell.
Do you remember the family where they all looked pretty much exactly the Farkle family?
I don't remember
Fanny
that.
Farkle, Fred Farkle?
No.
Okay.
I remember My Sweet Bippy.
You bet your Bippy.
You bet your Bippy. And I remember
Artie,
whatever his name was. He
I
played
know
a
who you're
dirty
talking
old
about.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Yes, and he did that guy too.
He did, a few of them. And I threw one at you, Lily Tomlin one year, and that's the truth.
Right.
And she would also do one ringy dingy.
Yeah.
Two ringy dingy. Right. The operator.
Right.
We could go on and on.
But it's time to talk about Gladys Ormsby. Ruth Buzzy's character.
Yeah. That makes me think of Gladys Kravitz from Bewitched.
Yes. Oh, yeah, the nosy neighbor.
Nosy neighbor. I
Who's the
loved Gladys. And her husband, what was his name? He's going, sit down, Gladys. Stop looking at them, Gladys. But something, there's magic going on. What was, she would yell, Herb or whatever. Anyway.
By the way, Henry Gibson was the guy.
Yes.
That was.
Right.
Henry Gibson didn't do the Nazi. He did the flower. I wrote a poem.
He did play a Nazi in Blues Brothers.
He did, though, yes.
Yes, he did.
Illinois Nazis.
That's right. I hate Illinois Nazis.
Wow.
All right. So this has been our 70s television tribute.
Thank you.
And now we need to do the letter of the day. You ready?
Yes.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the President and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
N as in Nebraska.
All right, and so we have a pair of lower level tickets for both Roger Waters concerts, Friday, August 5th and Saturday, August 6th. And you can get them at the Wells Fargo Center. Roger Waters, This Is Not a Drill Tour tickets are on sale now for both shows via WellsFargoCenterPhilly.com. And guess what? We give that away tomorrow because it's Friday.
So cool. This is going to be one of the shows of the summer.
Yeah.
This guy brings a production that is just stellar. The sound it's It's so incredible. The stereophonic, quadraphonic effects he'll put into any given arena, and he's playing in the round this time.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, it's bound to be whatever direction he goes in, it's going to be a production not to be missed.
Nice. Excellent. So we'll give that away tomorrow. What's coming up on the show today, man?
We'll have, also on my show tomorrow, we'll have Rob Halford joining us, which will be cool, of Judas Priest, which brings us into the fact that I will have a Judas Priest competition against the police. My first noontime competition will be the Pretty Reckless against the Struts. And then that's at noon. 1 p.m. is Judas Priest against the police, and 2 p.m. is Nirvana against 311. So some interesting lineups, all in all, and we'll see what happens. And in between there, I'll be able to squeak in a workforce block, which we will do of the Foo Fighters.
Yay.
So it's a fun day.
It is a fun day. All right, thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors as well, the Preston and Steve Show. Brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show, and Acme Markets. Get your free flu shot or COVID-19 booster at their pharmacy. Acme, fresh foods, local flavors, and also Nitro Circus coming to Trenton Thunder Ballpark on June 26th. Tickets are on sale now. It's brought to you by Thrill One Sports and Entertainment. Tomorrow, no sad bro. It's a Friday. That's a beautiful thing. We'll give away anything we have left to give away, and we'll welcome a guest in Lisa Welchel.
Love her.
Blair from The Facts of Life. So we'll talk to her and see what else we can get into. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. And have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.